Hey there and welcome back to Guruji channel. Today in this video we are going to build an complete SaaS application. We are going to build an AI kid story generator application where you can learn a lot of different technology and use of AI to build this beautiful application. Let's walk through the application first and let's see what we are going to build in this particular video. If you see, we have this beautiful landing page, and on this page is a simple and clean landing page where you have an option to sign in with the help of Clerk authentication. Now you have option to sign in with the Google, Facebook, or you can even sign up with the email. Now once you sign up with the any account, you will see the dashboard and the option to manage your account. Now let's jump to the dashboard and boom, if you see, you will see all the story which this user is generated. Not only that, but we can maintain the credit usage. So if user created one story, then one credit need to be used, okay? And you can have option to buy more credit as well. But let's create a new story. So just click on this create story and you have to add the subject. So let's say you want to create gender story on boy with magical school, okay? And you can select the stories type. Here if you see how beautifully we designed this one, as soon as I hover on any of this image, the image color is get changed immediately. Cool, right? Now select the story type. Here you have option to select the age group, and not only that, but our application is going to generate an AI image. Yes, you heard right. Now select the type of image you want to generate. Let's say you want to generate a 3D cartoon image and simply click generate story. Here you will see this beautiful loading indicator as well. And once the story is generated, you will see this beautiful toast message which we added. And wow, if you see, this AI image is also generated. Not only that, but we have the book cover with the title of the book, okay? And I'm gonna tell you how to generate this AI image, okay? Now if you want to read a book, just click on this next button and wow, that's cool, right? It opened like a book only, okay? Not only here, but if you want to play this particular story, you have option to play this particular chapter. Now you can even go to the next page and you will see this beautiful animation to open every page. Cool, right? You can go back to the previous page or go back to the next chapter and boom, perfect, right? Now in order to access your all story, you can just go to your dashboard page and here you will see the credit got used, right? Now over here you will see all your story which you just created. Now if you want to add more credits, you want to buy more credits, you have option to buy more credits. You can select the plan which you want and you can make a payment with the help of PayPal. Now obviously we give all the option. You can even pay with the debit or credit card as well. Now not only that, but if you want to explore more stories, just go to this explore stories option and here you will find all the stories which other user generated, okay? And we added this load more option. So it's a kind of pagination and infinite scrolling thing that we added to our application. Perfect, right? And you can even read any book which you want. See, so this complete application, obviously we are going to deploy it on the cloud as well. So you can access it or you can share this project with your friends and family. Now let me talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. The first and very important, as this is the Next.js project or React based project, and we are going to use Next.js as our React web framework, and we are going to use Typescript to write our code. The most important, with the help of Tailwind CSS, we are going to use and explore a new Tailwind CSS based library called NextUI, and it is quite beautiful and very easy to use UI library. For authentication, I'm going to use my favorite Clerk authentication service provider, and I'm going to tell you the new and updated version of Clerk, how to integrate with any of your application. For a database, obviously we are going to use a Drizzle ORM along with the PostgreSQL database, so that you will learn how to connect your application with the backend, as this is a completely full stack based application. Now coming to the part of AI, we are going to use and Gemini AI. A Gemini API or a Gemini AI is free to use and is very popular and very fast. So with the help of Gemini API, we are going to integrate to build or to get the text based AI response. And the one of the most important is to build or to generate the AI image, and for that one we are going to use a replicate. Replicate is used to run any AI model, and you will find, and I'm going to tell you a different and bunch of AI model to generate the image. Not only that, but one of the cheapest in the market, how to generate this API within a cent, okay, less than cent I think, okay, and within a $1 you can generate 300 plus images with this particular model, and that one also I'm going to teach you in this particular course. So guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. If you did not join the Tube Guruji Pro membership, please join it so that you will get the source code for free of for all of my projects. Yes, you heard right. Just it's under $9. Just join it, or you can join a yearly, or the lifetime membership is just $125. Okay, so guys, before doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this AI kit story generator application. Let me talk about the BillBuzz.ai, where you can create and winning content with the help of AI. You can even generate the all the social media posts, like you can generate Instagram post, Twitter post, you can generate the YouTube script, or you can even generate the advertise for your business. BillBuzz is very powerful AI based tool. If you want to join the BillBuzz, you can find the link in the description and you can get a 25% off on the current pricing. Let me walk through how it works. Once you log in, you will find this dashboard where you will find all the options where you can generate the content with the help of AI. Let me show you one example. Let's say you want to create an Instagram post. So you can select the type, then you can select the product. Let's say you want to generate the Instagram post for the fitness. Here you can write the context. So once you fill all the details, you can simply click on generate Instagram post, and within a few seconds it will generate the complete and SEO base or SEO keyword base post for you. And if you see on the right hand side, you will see how it actually look on the your Instagram post. Here it will also generate the AI based image for you, so you don't need to bring or get any images. This BillBuzz will take care of generating the AI image as well, and you will find the content along with the hashtag for your Instagram post. How cool it is, right? And not only that, but if you come back later on this BillBuzz, you can find your post which you generated previously, like this. Okay, see. So guys, without doing any further delay, if you want to join the BillBuzz, the link is in the description. Also, you will get a 25% off on this particular product. So just join it. In order to create a React application, we are going to use a Nextjs. Nextjs is the React framework for the web application, and it provides a lot of different features. The most important is to provide a folder-based routing. When you want to develop any big application, the folder-based routing is quite convenient for your big project. So in order to create this project, let's just copy this command npx next app at latest and paste it inside your terminal. So open a folder and open a terminal at that folder and simply just paste this command and click enter. Now at latest we'll install the latest version of the Next.js application. Here we'll say yes to proceed, and then you need to give the project name. Here we'll say AI story builder, or here we just rename this AI kids story builder and click enter. Now it will ask you that do you want to use Typescript, yes or no. So we are going to use Typescript in this particular project. So say yes, then ESLint say no. The tailwind says yes, obviously we want a tailwind says yes, say yes. And source directory say no. For the app router, obviously, which is recommended, so we are going to use and say yes for that one. And for import alias say no. Now if you see, it installing some of the dependency like React, React DOM, Next, and some Dev dependency as well. And now if you see, our project is created successfully and is ready to use. Now open a VS Code and open the folder and just locate where you just created your project. So in my case, it is in projects, Next.js and AI Kit Story Builder. Click open. Here you have to say yes, I trust the author, and on the left hand side you will see all the folders files which are generated with that command. Okay, let's walk through one by one. The first folder and very important is app folder. Now inside the app folder which we are going to write all our code, okay, which we are going to add new screens and all of these things. Inside this app folder we already have this font folder, okay. Then we have this globals .css. So whatever the styling you want to apply throughout the application, you can define inside this global CSS. Then we have layout.tsx file. Now inside this layout.tsx file, which used to render your application, okay. So if you see, this is the root layout, and every Next.js application has a root layout file. So over here inside this HTML body tags, we are going to render the children's, and this meta tag is useful when you want to add the SEO for your pages and applications. Then we have page.tsx file, which is the default page for our application. So once we run this application, you will get to know, and we will also edit this particular page. Then after that we have this node module. So whatever the dependency which we install, that packages which is inside this node module, obviously we are not going to touch to this particular folder. Then we have this another important file called next.config.mjs file, which help us to add the configuration related to the Next.js application. Then we have package log and package.json file, which is the heart of our application. So which contain the name of the application, the version, the script to run the application or to build the application, and the dependency which is installed along with their version, okay. And to maintain the package version, that's the reason we have this package log.json. So once you share this project with some other friends or someone, right, and they want to work on that one, this package log is that time is important. Then we have post css.config.mjs file and tailwind.config.ts file. So inside that, which contain the configuration related to the tailwind css. Now if you see inside this content, whatever the path is defined, inside that only the tailwind css is applicable. If you want to add the tailwind css in some specific folder and that path is not mentioned here, you have to make sure that path is added inside the content, okay. So now let's run the application. So simply go to the terminal and click new terminal. It will open the terminal inside your VS Code only, and just type npm run dev and click enter. Now it will open the port 3000 on the URL localhost 3000. Just open this URL on your browser, and obviously first time it will take time to build, and if you see, this is the default page showing on the screen. Now let me bring this side by side and let's edit this page. So let's go to this app, and inside that we have this page.tsx file. So if you want to remove all of this thing, just clean this and simply add a div, okay, and save it. As soon as you save it, you will see the screen is showing empty or blank page. And if I type something, let's say h2 tag, we'll say subscribe to TubeGuruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. And as soon as I save it, you will see the text subscribe to TubeGuruji is showing on the screen, okay. So it's also support the hot reload. As soon as you type or make some changes in your file and save it, it automatically reflect on your browser without refreshing manually, okay. So that's how guys you can create the Next.js React project and run the project at very first time. Now it's time to add an UI library for our application, and for that one we are going to use this NextUI. NextUI provides a lot of different components and is very easy to use. Also it provides the different type of theming. So if you see, if we have the Next UI, the modern, elegant, retro, and there are a lot of them, and it's very easy to switch between them as well. So let's go to this nextui.org. I will keep the link in the description and simply go to the documentation. Here select the installation section, and over here there are some installation steps which we need to follow in order to install this NextUI into our application. So first thing, we already created the project, right? So we are not going to go with this automatic installation, rather we are going to jump to this manual installation. And don't worry, it's quite easy. First thing you need to do is to install this npm package. So copy this one, go back to your application, and inside the terminal let's add a new terminal and paste this command. So it will install this NextUI for us. After that, this particular step is not applicable for us. Okay, this is only applicable if you are using this pnpm package. Next thing, we need to set up this tailwind css.config.js file. Okay, so just copy this line of code and simply go back to your application, and inside the tailwind css.config.js file you need to add under this content section and then save it. Next, you can add this plugin and dark mode if you want. So I'm not going to use dark mode in this particular tutorial. So just copy these plugins, and under this plugin section I will just replace this with this NextUI plugin. Now make sure to import this NextUI plugin from this NextUI org/react. Okay, so it will get imported, this one, and after that you need to wrap your application inside this NextUI provider. So simply create the provider new file called provider. So here I will just create provider.tsx, and inside that let's add a default template by using rfce. Obviously this shortcut to generate the automatic template with the help of VS Code extension. So for that one you need to install the extension called React ES7 plus React Redux React Native extension. Along with that, also make sure to install this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, okay, which help us to write your code much faster. Now once we have this provider, make sure to render the children. So here I will add a children. Inside here you need to provide the type as react node, okay, and here I will just remove and we'll use this next UI provider. So copy this component and simply paste it here, and inside that you can just render your children. Now make sure to import this next UI provider from this NextUI org/react. Let's save it, and now let's go to this layout.tsx file, and inside here you have to make sure to wrap these children inside this provider. So let me rename this provider with a capital P, and now you can import it like this, okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, make sure nothing get changed, and right now if you see, we don't have any changes on the screen yet. Okay, now next step is to add a component and you are ready to go, right? So let's go to this component section and try to install this button component. Okay, so copy this button component, and whatever the component you want to use it, you have to make sure to install this component first. So I will install this button component and say yes here. So first time you are installing, so it will might install some of the package which we might not have, like this. If you see, it updated our version of the NextUI and some other things. Okay, it happens only first time. Now once the button component is installed, let's go to this page.tsx, and over here I am going to use this button component from this NextUI org button, say, and here I will say subscribe and save it. Make sure it is imported. Now if I go back to our application, and boom, if you see, we have this button component, right? How cool it is. Now if you want to change the color of this button component, it will just provide the property called color and say primary, and boom, if you see, it's added the primary color. Now if I go to the button here, you will find a lot of different example, and there are a lot of things you can see over here. Obviously, if you want to customize, you want to add a button like this, even you can customize this button according to your requirements. Okay, how cool it is, correct? Now if you want to change your primary color to some other color, you can do that. So simply, if you want to learn more about the color and other options, go to the customization. Here you will find the colors option, and this is the way that you can install the color. Now we already have the NextUI plugin added into our tailwind.config.js file. Simply you can copy this theme section and go back to your application, and inside this tailwind.config, inside the NextUI, paste this themes information. Now inside the theme, whatever the color you want to add, you can add over here inside the color section. So let's say you want to add a primary color, right? Now inside the primary, I will say default color, and you can add your own hex code. So in this case, I will add this hex code 5253A3, okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see our button color is changed to something like dark blue color. Okay, so that's how guys you can update your color combination inside your tailwind.config.js file. Obviously you can also add that color combination to the dark mode as well. Okay, so obviously we are going to use a lot of different components from the NextUI, and that help us to build our application much faster, and it looks much modern. Now it is very important to update our application font. So you can use your own custom font for your application, and for that one we are using a Google font. So you can search the font which you like it. Okay, so you can go to Google font and you can search whatever font you want to use. Once you decide it, let's go to this go to our application. I will close all of this tab and then go to this layout.tsx. Now if you see over here, you can even use your own custom font. You just need to put your font into this public folder under the font, and you can refer over here. But I'm going to remove all of this code, and we can directly use the custom Google font over here. So simply, in order to use it, you need to import it, okay, from, and here you need to write next/font/Google, and whatever the font you want, you just name it. For example, I want to use this Nunoto font, and then after that you need to initialize that font. So maybe we can use over here, we'll say constant my app font is equal to, you need to initialize it, get a reference, and then here we'll say subsets. You can say acrylic Latin, let's say Latin, and save it. Now next, inside the class name, I will just remove all of this code, and then you can just use this my app font dot class name and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and refresh it, you will see our font is now changed to the font which we selected. So that's how easily you can update your application font. Now let's create a landing screen for our application. If you see this mockup, we have this header section, and then we have this hero section. We will keep this as simple as it is. Now both this particular screen, we are going to divide into two different components. One is for a header and one is for the hero section. So obviously, in order to integrate or add a navigation bar called header with the help of NextUI. Okay, so first thing, let's go back to our application, and inside the app folder, obviously our default page is this page.tsx. I will remove all the content, and here first thing, obviously we are going to show header, and after that we are going to show the hero section. Now in order to create a component, I'm going to create a new folder under this app folder, but I will give a name with this underscore components. Okay, as you know that next JS or a Next.js is a contains the folder based routing, right? And in order to avoid the routing, so you need to give the name of the folder start with the underscore. Otherwise, it will consider as a new route. Okay. Now, once you define this component, let's add a new component file called header.tsx and another file for hero.tsx. Now let's add a default template for both of this file and save both this file. Okay. Now inside the header, we are going to add a navigation bar. Now if I go to this NextUI and just search for the nav bar, see this one, this particular component, right? And if you see, these are some of the different example they already given into their documentation. Okay, and it's very easy to use. Let's first thing, let's import this component. So I will just copy this one and inside the terminal I will paste it here. Next, you need to import all of these components. So I will copy this import and simply I will paste it inside this header. Okay, and then save it. Now obviously we'll do or we will implement it one by one. First thing we need to do is to add the navbar component like this. Now if you want to know how to use it and everything, you can go to this usage and you can search or look for the code how they implemented. Okay, but in our case we are going to implement line by line. Once you define this navbar, inside there you can add the navbar content. Now inside the content, first thing we need to do is to add the logo of our application. So over here we will add the navbar brand and inside here we'll simply add image. Make sure to import this image from the next/image, the source. And in order to add the logo for our application, I'm going to use a logo placeholder. So just search for the logo placeholder. I will use this untitledui.com site in order to copy one of the logo for our application. So let's search it little bit and I will use this one. Okay, so I will copy this SVG code and inside the public folder. So we don't have the public folder, so let's create a new public folder. This need to be a folder and inside there I am going to create a logo.svg file and paste the code which you copied. Okay, now inside here we'll just access it using logo.svg. Let's give the alt tag and here we'll also give width of 40, height of 40 and save it. Now if I go back to our application, let's refresh it, you will see nothing on the screen because we did not import this header into the page.tsx file. So under this header, let's import this under this page, let's import this header component first and then save it. And once you save it, let's go back and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful logo showing on the screen, right? Now inside the header, again you can give the name of your brand. Here I will say h2 tag and just will say Kidso story. Okay, here I will add some class name. So let's add a class name. We'll make font bold, text is of 3XL and I will make text primary. Okay, and we'll add margin left to 3. Let's save it and if you see, the text is showing on the screen, but oh, so this text need to be primary, not 50, and now we are good. See, okay, perfect. Also after that we need to add the menu options. Okay, so for that one again I'm going to add a navbar content. So whatever the item you want to add, you can add inside this navbar content. Okay, now here we need to iterate the list of menu. So let's define the menu list first. So here we'll say constant menu list and inside here we'll say name as a home. I'm also going to define path for each of them. Okay, something like this, and I will just copy paste this couple of times. Next I will say create story. Here I will say create story as a path, then explore story Here we'll say explore, and last we'll say contact us. Okay, now in order to display all the list, we need to iterate it, right? So let's simply add menu list dot map. Here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Now inside here you need to add a nav bar item. So here we'll simply add a nav bar item, because inside the navigation we need to show that item, right? And simply we'll add a link, obviously. So this link tag will help is very helpful when you want to navigate on the click of the any of the menu item. And for this link you need to provide the hrefs tag, and for the hrefs we are going to add a path, okay, which path we already defined over here, right? After this we need to define the item dot name of the menu. And if I go back, let's refresh it, and boom, if you see, we are uh, we are able to display the list of all the menu. Also for this content you can mark it justify and just mark it as a center, so it will be in the center of the screen. So it's not yet in center because we only have the two item, but let's add on one more nav bar content, and in that one we want to show the button, and we'll simply say get started. And for this one we can mark it justify end, okay, and boom, now if you see, this option is in the center, the button is on the right hand side, and this logo is on the left hand side. Now for this button I will change the color to primary, and let's save it, and boom, perfect. Now one more important thing, currently the nav bar is putting some padding from the left and right, and we want the full padding nav bar. So simply for this navigation bar we are going to add the let's search for max width, and here you need to add a full as a max width, and boom, if you see, now is full width navigation bar, perfect, right? Also for a background of our home screen I'm going to change it. So let's go to this page.tsx file, and inside here for this div I will add a class name. Now here I want to add the custom color, right? And in order to apply some custom value to your tailwind CSS, you need to define inside the square bracket. And now obviously for our background color I want to provide my own hex code. So here I will simply add hash CAD3FF, which is the hex code which I want to use it, save it, and boom, if you see, our background color is kind of little lighter purple color, okay? So that's how you can define it. Now for the header, let's go to the header and let's apply some styling to our navigation bar item. So for this one I will add a class name. Here we'll make it text as a Excel, text primary, and then we want to add font as medium, and on hover I want to add an underline and save it. Now if I save it, if I hover on this one, you will see this underline and the color of this menu item also get changed. You can also provide some gap, so I'm not sure whether we can provide over here or not. Let's add a class name and put a gap of 3. I think it's not applicable, but let's margin X to 2. I think that's good. See, okay? So that's how our header is ready. Now we have to make sure this is completely responsive. So if I go to this navigation bar, and if you scroll down a little bit, you will see some example that it also handle this kind of side navigation. If I increase the screen size, you will see the menu, but on the smaller screen it will come under this hamburger icon. How cool, right? So let's implement that one. So under the, after this nav bar content, right, we are going to add a new nav bar content, and let's add a menu instead of that. So let's add nav bar menu, okay, and inside that we will going to iterate this menu item. So let's add menu list, sorry, the map. Here we'll say item comma index, like this. Okay, now inside that we'll add a navbar menu item. Okay, and here let's add a link. H reference will be similar like this one, so item dot path, and inside here we'll add item dot name. Okay, now once you add that one, we need to add one state which will open this menu bar item. Okay, so simply here we'll say constant, then we'll say is menu open. Okay, now this particular state will hold the value for us. It's kind of variable for us. Okay, you might familiar with this state, so here we'll simply add use state, and initially we'll make it false. Okay, now to this navigation bar, it has one property called on menu open change, and here we'll simply set is menu open. Okay, and let's save everything and let's go back, and if you see we have one error that it's saying we use a use state on server side. So let's make this component on the client side. So here we'll just simply add use client to this particular header, and boom. Now in order to enable that particular hamburger icon inside this navbar content, you need to add the navbar menu toggle. So here we say have property called navbar menu toggle. Okay, and inside this we are going to add a class name, and it will be hidden when the screen size is smaller. And let's add the Arial label. So here we'll say Arial label, which is equal to is menu open. If it's open, then we'll show close menu, otherwise we'll show open menu. Okay, now all of this you can obviously get it from the documentation from the NextUI, and also we have to make sure you will hide this when the screen size is smaller. Okay, so here we'll add a class name and simply we'll hide it, but on smaller screen we'll show it. Okay, and save. Now let's go back. If I decrease the screen size, let's make it smaller, and boom, if you see on the smaller screen the menu is gone, and now I can able to see this option as well. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can add or you can make this navigation bar responsive, depends on the screen size. Now let's implement this hero section part. If you see on the left hand side we are just showing the some tagline for our application along with some button, and on the right hand side we are going to add an PNG image. So I have the image already, so I'm going to copy this image and then simply go back to your in VS Code. Inside the public folder we'll paste this hero.png file. If you want this all the image and access, that is available in the source code file, so the link is in the description. Now let's go to this hero.tsx file and make sure this particular component is imported under this page.tsx file. So I will add this hero and then save it. Make sure on the screen you are able to see this hero component. Now inside this hero.tsx file, let's add a div. Inside this div we'll add a class name and we'll make a grid. We'll make grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and on medium screen size we are going to add grid column 2, because we are going to divide this particular screen into two parts, one for this one and other for this image. Okay, so let's add a 2 div like this. Now let's add an image first. So here I will add an image. Make sure you are adding from next/image, then source tag, and inside that I will going to refer this hero.png. Here give alt tag, give a width, let's say 700, and some height, let's give 400, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this beautiful image, right? For this main div, I'm going to add a class name. We'll give padding x to 10. When the screen size is medium, we'll give padding x to 28, and on large, we'll give padding x to 44, and let's give margin top to 10. Now on this particular div, we'll add a h2 tag, and inside here, we'll simply going to copy this content. So I want same text as it is inside here, and for this one I'm going to add a class name. Let's say text is of 70 pixel. Here if you observe, I'm giving the custom size. Okay, so I'm giving inside the square bracket. Then we'll give a text primary color and the font as an extra bold. Okay, and let's give padding y to 10, and let's see how it looks. And boom, if you see, it's look pretty good, right? And then I'm going to add one more p tag, and inside that I'm going to add some small description. Okay, here we'll add a class name, and simply for that one we'll add text is of 2xl, text is of primary color, and then save it. Boom, if you see, this is how it will look like. Next, you can make this text, the font little light. Okay, so little, yeah, that's pretty good. Next, I want to add a button under the same div, so we'll add a button. Now to this button you can mention the size as well. Okay, and not only that, you can also provide the color like primary and save it. Now you will see this button. Obviously we need to mention the name, the text for the button. Here we'll say create story. Okay, now for this button you can even apply some custom button size and all. Okay, I will keep it as it is for now. Here let's add margin top to 5 and save it. I think that's pretty good. Also here for now I will make the height to the full. Let's make it screen. Let's see how it looks. I think that's pretty good. Okay, and that's how our landing screen is almost ready. Only thing that if you want to add some custom button size, you can also add that one. Let's say you want to add font bold, text is of 2xl, and I will add padding of 10 as well. Something like this, see? Okay. Now on the click on this one, we want to navigate to the new screen. Okay, so if I click on this create story, I want to navigate to the create screen. So for that one, I'm going to add a new route under this app folder. So in order to add a new route, you just need to create a new folder, and you can give the name of the folder. So let's say create story. Okay, and this will be our new route. Now inside that you need to create a page.jsx file, add a default template, and here I will just rename this to create story as a new screen. Okay, now in order to navigate to this particular screen, you can simply go to this button, and either you can wrap this button inside the link tag. To this link tag you need to provide hrefs, and in this case you want to navigate to this create story, which is this new route which we just created, and then make sure to wrap your button inside this link tag and then save it. Now if I go back and click on this create story, you will see it's navigating to this create story page. Okay, and same thing if you want to navigate to home screen or dashboard. When user click on get started, you can even create a new route called dashboard and navigate it. Okay, but now next thing is very important, because we have to make sure when user click on this create story, user is authenticated before creating a new story or showing this page. That's the next thing which we are going to look. We are going to add authentication with the help of Clerk authentication service provider to our application. Now it's time to create a sign-in page for our application. If you see, once user click on this get started, or one user click on the create story, and if your user is not authenticated to our application, we are going to navigate to this sign-in page. where on the left hand side we are going to show some kind of image, and on the right hand side we are going to display a login UI where user can enter email password, or user can log in with the help of social authentication provider like Google, Facebook. And in order to add an authentication to our application, we are going to use the Clerk authentication. In many of my applications, I use a Clerk, and Clerk provide a lot of different features, and it also provide a different provider support like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and lot more. Also, Clerk is very easy to integrate and free to use as well. They also provide their own UI kit. But if you want to customize the sign-in page according to your requirements, they also have their own Clerk components, where with the help of that you can create your own sign-in and sign-up page. Also, in order to add authentication, security, and all, Clerk provide a different configuration to your authentication sign in or sign up page, where you can control everything at one place. So first thing, let's go to this clerk.com. I will put the link in the description, so just click on it, and once you sign into your application, just go to the dashboard. Once you are jumped to the dashboard, here if you see, I already have a lot of project created with this Clerk. But if you want to create a new application, just go over here and click on this create application. Give the application name. So in this case, we'll give AI Kids Story Generator, and you can enable the provider which you want. So right now I enable email, Google. Also you can enable Facebook if you want, and simply click create application. On the right hand side, you will see how it actually look on the screen once you integrate it. So just click on create application, and now it just simply in couple of steps you are ready to use it and integrate it inside your Next.js application. Now if you see, right now obviously you have to select the framework which you are using. So currently we are using Next.js. So first thing, we need to install this Clerk SDK for Next.js. So copy this command, go to your project, and inside the terminal just paste it here. So it will install the Clerk for Next.js. Then you need to copy this environment variable key, and you need to paste it inside your .env.local file. So we need to create a .env.local file and paste it here, and then save it. Next thing, we need to create this middleware.ts file. So let's create this middleware.ts file inside your root directory, and then you need to paste this line of code and save. Now once you add this Clerk Pro middleware, right, you need to add the public and private route which you want to protect from the unauthorized user. So I will keep the link in the description for the documentation of the Clerk. So on this documentation, they also mention how you can add the Clerk middleware or update the Clerk middleware. So over here you will see this link called Clerk middleware reference. Click on it and just scroll little bit. Over here you can add this line of code in order to add the protected route. Okay, so just copy this one, go back to your application, and simply paste it here. Now make sure to import this Clerk route matcher, and whatever the route you want to protect, you just need to mention here. Let's say you want to protect this create story route, right? So you can mention here like this. Now whatever the if you have the subdomain or sub route right after this, or nested route we can say, then you can mention like this. Okay, not slash, something like this, and then simply save it. After that, let me go back to this page, and then you need to wrap the Clerk provider, wrap your application into this Clerk provider component. Okay, so if you see, this is the next step. So simply what I will do, I will just, you can use any of this documentation. Okay, this is just a shortcut kind of thing. This is the complete detailed documentation. So I will copy this Clerk provider, and instead of adding it into a layout, I will add inside this provider. like this, and make sure to import this Clerk provider as well, and then save it, and we are ready to use it. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh once and click on this create story. If you see, it's navigate to some other domain, but it's navigating to sign in page because our clerk, the create story route is protected. See, okay. But if I'm trying to access the localhost 3000, I'm able to access because we did not protect this home screen route, right? But the question is, how can we change this domain, because our domain is localhost 3000 and we want to use our own domain, right? So for that one, you need to create your own custom sign in and sign up page. So just click on this one. So it will navigate to this particular page where you need to create your own custom sign in and sign up page. So it's quite easy. So first thing, just copy this path, okay, and then go back to your application. Now inside this app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called auth, but I started with the folder name with this circular bracket because I want to keep sign in and sign up page into one folder. So I will keep like this, and inside here again click on this plus create file icon and simply paste the route which you copied. So automatically it will create the folder and then the file for you. Then simply copy the content and then paste it here and save it. Same thing you need to do for the sign in page. So I will copy this and then make sure you are in auth folder and simply click on plus icon, add this one and copy all of this content and then simply paste it here and save it. Next thing, if you scroll down, you can add this inside your public route, but you don't need to, because if you did not mention this route inside your Clerk middleware, then by default it act like a public route only, okay. But you have to make sure you need to add these environment variables inside your .env.local file. So just copy this one and inside this .env.local file just paste it here and save it. Next, if you scroll down little bit, I think we are ready. So now if I go to this localhost 3000 and click on this create story, and boom, if you see, in this case you are on your own domain and now it's going to the sign in page, and after redirect it will go to this create story once you sign in. How cool, right? Now our sign in page is not look good, so let's redesign this one. So let me close all of this tab for now and let's go to the sign in page. So on this one I will just wrap this in a curly braces and inside that I will add a div. Now for this div I will add a class name and I will divide this screen into two parts. Now first, obviously on smaller screen I will make grid column 1, but on medium screen we'll make grid column 2, okay. Then we'll add two div. In one div we'll simply add this sign in component from the Clerk, and for this one we'll add a class name, we'll make them flex, justify center, item to be in the center, and then save it. Now this is how it will look like, but let's add height to the screen. Now it is in the center of the screen, okay. Now on the left hand side I just want to simply add I want to add an image. So inside the public folder I already added this login.png file, okay. Obviously you can get it from the source code, so the link is in the description, or you can access it from the tubeguruji.com. Now over here I will add the image tag, then source, and simply you can refer using login.png. Give alt tag as a login. Here you can give a width and the height and save. Now if I go back to our application, this is how it will look like, okay. You can even add a class name and just make width to full, okay, and your sign in page is now ready, okay. Now if I decrease the screen size, this is how it will look like. So obviously sign in page at the bottom and then image at the top. Okay. So in order to put this sign in page on the top when the screen size is smaller, you can just mention here on smaller screen, or just add order first on the smaller screen, and when the screen size is medium or larger, you can add order last. Okay. Now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, and when I decrease the screen size, you will see now the login kit is on the top and the image at the bottom. Perfect. Okay. Now if I click on any authentication, select go account and sign in, then it will redirect you to this create story. Okay. Now if I go to this localhost 3000, on the header we did not make any changes yet, but once user is login, we have to make sure this button will change to the dash with the text dashboard, and here we need to show the user profile icon. Let's do that. So first thing, I will go to this header, and inside this header where we have this get started button, right? Now in order to check whether user is signed in or not, Clerk provide their one hook called use user. Okay, so it also provide the user information, but this use with the help of this use user hook from the Clerk Next.js, make sure it has a method, the property call is sign in. Now when you are using a hook, make sure the component is on the client side, and if I go over here simply I'm going to add is sign in. If user is sign in, then we are going to show text called dashboard, otherwise we are going to show text called get started, and I will just remove this text and save it. Now if I go back and refresh it, you will see the text called dashboard because we already signed in. In order to show the user profile image, Clerk has one component called user button. Okay, and that's all. And if I go back, you will see this profile icon. If I click on this one, you will see this beautiful option icon. If I click on manage account, you will see this model where you can manage your account. If you have also have option to sign out as well. Okay, now obviously on the click of dashboard, we want to navigate to the dashboard, or on the click of get started, we also want to navigate to the dashboard. So simply I will wrap this button inside the link tag. I will provide the href as /dashboard, and I will wrap this over here. Okay, now we don't have the dashboard route yet, so let's create a dashboard route. So inside the app folder, we'll create a dashboard route, and inside that we'll create a page.jsx, not JSX, tsx file, add a default template, and I will just rename this to dashboard. Okay, now if I click on this dashboard, it will navigate to the dashboard page. Okay, but if I sign out, you will see the button text is changed to get started, and if I click on this get started, obviously I have to sign in first, and obviously after that it will redirect it to the dashboard page. Okay, so that's how guys you can add the sign in and sign up page. Obviously you can add or customize your own sign in and sign up page, and we also learned how can we protect the route from the unauthorized user, and we added the authentication for that one in order to access that particular route. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now before moving to the next part, if I go to this Clerk dashboard, you will see that new user who sign in with this all the information. You can obviously see all the user list because Clerk recently updated their UI, dashboard UI. So you will see this all the users under this user section. Also Clerk also provide an organization features. Okay, right now we are not implementing in this particular application, but if you want to learn more about the organization feature, let me know in the comment section. And next we have configuration, where you can enable the social authentication. Right now we are in development mode, but at the end of the tutorial I will teach you how can we move to this production mode as well. Then you can obviously enable the multi-factor authentication. you can have sign up restriction. If you have organization or you want to enable the sign in or sign up to certain domains, you have option to do that as well. You can even have option to block list, you can add a restriction, and there are a lot of different other options which you can implement. So guys, let me know how you what do you think about the Clerk, and let me know if it's very easy to use or not in the comment section. Let me talk about the tubeguruji.com, where you will find all of my exclusive courses along with the source code for each of the project. Not only that, but you can track each course chapter by chapter. Here you will get the source code, the application demo, or you can even watch this complete video for free on YouTube. How cool it is, right? Also, you can find your own personal dashboard and you can track your course depends on your how much progress you did it. Okay, and in order to join this particular Tube Guruji Pro membership, it will just at $899 per month. Okay, and you will get an access to the all the courses and the source code for free. Now we are going to build and create story page where user going to add the subject of the story. Then user have option to select the type of the story, whether it's a bed story or it's just a storybook or educational story. Then we are also giving option to select the age for those kids. The depends on the age group. Obviously, we are going to create a story, and the last the type of the image. So this need to be an image type, okay, or image style, whether it's a 3D or paper cut or watercolor and so on. Okay, and once you just click on this create story, there are some of the steps that we need to follow on, but obviously I'm going to tell you and teach you how can we do that. But before that, let's build this create story page first. So let's go back to our application, and obviously if I go to this localhost 3000 and click on this create story, we are navigating to the create story page. Right now if you see over here, you don't see any header, okay, but we need to bring this header to throughout the application. So first thing we need to do, let me close all of this tab, and from this page.tsx where we have this header, I will move this header from this particular page to the layout.tsx, okay, or we can just move to this provider.tsx just before these children, and make sure to import this header, okay, and save it. Now if I go back to the create story, and boom, if you see, now we have the header on this particular localhost 3000 page as well as the create story page as well. Okay, now also we need a background or similar background throughout the application. Right now we just applied the background to the home screen only. Okay, so what we can do, let me go to this page.tsx and I will just copy this background color and then go to the global CSS. So let me close all of this tab. Let's go to the global CSS, and inside this root, if you see we have this background color, I will just replace it with our own hex code. And now if I refresh it, you will see the header has now the background which we defined, and not only there, but if I go to this create story, now for that one as well, you will see the background. Perfect, right? Now next thing, let's go to this create story page. We close these tabs and go to the create story page. Now inside here, let's add h2 tag, and inside that we will write create your story as a text. For this one I will add a class name. We'll make font extra bold, text is of 70 pixel, and we'll make text primary and text to be in the center, and save it. Now if I go back, this is how it will look like. Obviously for this particular div, I'm going to add some padding. On the medium screen I will add a padding of padding x to 20, and on large screen I will add padding x to 40, something like this. After this I'm going to copy this particular tagline and or description kind of thing, and inside the p tag I will just paste it. Then for this p tag as well, we'll add a class name. We'll just say text is of 2xl and text is of primary color, something like this. Okay, let's make this text to be in the center, so it will be in the center like this. Okay, next thing, we need to divide this particular screen into two different sections, similar like this one. Okay, so on the left hand side we have one subject story, and other we have story type, and the same way. So obviously we are going to use grid. So here I will add a div, and here we'll add a class name grid column 1 when the screen size is extra small or smaller, but on this medium screen size we'll make grid column 2. We'll also give gap, and we'll make sure the margin top to 14. Now first thing, obviously on the left hand side we want a user, or we can say story subject. Then we want the story type, the age group, and the last image style. Okay, so for each of these particular section we are going to create a component, okay, dedicated component. So under this create story, we'll create a new folder and we'll call it as a underscore components, because we don't want this as a route, and we'll keep all this component which is related to this create story under this component folder. Now inside here we'll say story subject input dot tsx, or let's make this file to tsx because we are using TypeScript, right? So make sure it's a tsx only. And for the story subject input I will add default template. Let's save all of this information, and let's import this story subject input over here. Okay, now make sure on the screen you are able to see the story subject input. Okay, now first let's implement the story subject input. Now if you observe the mockup, we have this title and then we have the text area. So let's implement in same way. So over here we'll add a label and we'll say one dot subject of a story subject of the story. Obviously for this one I will add a class name. We'll make font bold, text is of 4xl, and text primary. Let's see how it looks on the screen. Perfect. After this we want to add a text area. So in order to add a text area, I am going to use a NextUI text area component. Okay, so first let's import this component. So let's go over here, and inside here I will add this component, and once the component is imported you can see this use case how they use it. Okay, so simply you can use text area from this NextUI org input, and to this text area let's provide the placeholder. Let's say write the subject of the story which you want to generate. Then you can even mention the size. I will add it as a large. Now for the input, okay, the inner input you can add the class name. Okay, so they have method called class names, and inside that you can add the input style to this input. Okay, let's say you can add the resizable, so you can just write resize to y. Then you can even add the minimum height to 230, let's say 230 pixel. Then we'll make text is of 2xl, and we'll add padding of 5 as well, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this input text area input. Okay, over here to this text area let's add a class name as well, and we'll give margin top to 3 and maximum width to large, and then save it. Now if you see we have this area. Now this area, obviously text area, you can even expand it just by pinching over here, okay, and your text area is now ready. Now to this text area, obviously we are going to add on change event, okay, which will save the user input information. So let's implement that one as well. So here simply I'm going to add on change. So obviously on change it will emit the event E, and here I will just write user selection. So in this method I'm going to pass fill value as e dot target dot value and field name as a input, okay, or here we say story subject. Now this user selection, obviously we need to pass back to our parent component. So I will add the, make sure is user selection, the spelling is correct, and I will keep the type for any for now. Now inside this page or inside this page.tsx, which is our parent component, over here I will accept as user selection, not user selection, yeah, I think user selection only, that's correct, yeah. So user selection, and we are going to create a method for that one. So here we'll say on handle user selection. Now this method obviously we are going to call over here. So constant on user selection, it will accept the data, okay. Now inside the data we need to provide the type. So let's define the type for that data. So here we'll say export, I think that's just a field data. So here we'll say interface field data, and it has a field name is of type string, and then the field value is of type string, okay. So this field name and field value we are sending, so that's the reason we added this type. And obviously here we need to define the type of this particular data. So this will be a field, let me check what the name, yeah, field data, something like this, okay. And right now I will just console it like data only and save it, okay. Now let's test this out and make sure you are able to accept it. Over here obviously we use this function, and if you are using function you have to make sure that component is on the client side. So I will just make this as a client side, and now go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and here we'll say anything you write, you will see on the line 12 in page.tsx you are able to get field value and the field name. Cool, right? So this is nothing but this particular console. Perfect. Now next we want to show the story type. On that one we are going to show that image, and on the top of that one we are going to add the name of that particular story type, okay. So for that one I'm going to create a new component under this component folder, and we can call it as a story type.tsx file. Add the default template and save it. Now this story type we are going to add over here and save it. Now let's go to the story type, and before implementing it I'm going to create the options list, okay. Now inside this option list we are going to mention the story type and whatever the kind of story type and all. So here it will be the list of object. I'm going to provide the label, let's say storybook. Then we are going to provide the name, okay. So here we'll say storybook only, and then the image URL, okay. I think the name of the storybook, if you did not use that also fine. So I will just remove this name, we don't need it, but main important thing the label and the image URL. Now image URL, if you see inside the public folder I already added some of the image story like this bed story, educational, and lot of others, okay. So you can just get it from there. Obviously all the assets file you will find inside the source code. Now here I will say story.png, okay. And now this particular path is accessible from the public folder because that is the image which I added inside the public folder. And here we'll say is free, okay, and I will make it as a true. Now each free is helpful when you want to add make this option as a paid option. Only premium or paid user can access that one. Currently I will just make sure that to add that field, and anytime you can mark it as a free as a false or no. Okay, now copy this field name couple of times, and here we'll say bed story and then educational. Now for the bed story, we have the image called bed story, and for educational we have image called educational, and save it. Now let's display that or iterate that option list. Over here, first thing I'm going to show the label as story type. Then for this label I will use the same label like this. I will just copy and paste it here. I will just rename this to story type, and after this label I'm going to add a div. Inside the div we'll add story type, not story type, the option list, because that's what we want to iterate, right? So option list dot map, here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we're going to define the div, and inside this div we'll add the image first. Let's add an image from the source. Here we'll give alt tag as item dot label, and for the image source I'm going to provide item dot image URL. Okay, now let's give width and height. So let's add a width. Here you can say width of width of 300, height of 500. We'll add a class name with object as a cover, so it will not get stretched. Let's define the specific height, and I will also make the rounded corner as 3xl. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this list of all the images is showing on the screen, right? Now for this particular div I'm going to add a class name, and we'll make this as a grid column 3, because I want to show 3 images in one row, and we'll add a gap of 5, margin top to 3, and boom. If you see, now we have this beautiful story type section. Also now we want to add a text on that one. So above this image I'm going to add an h2 tag. To this h2 tag we are going to show the label, so item dot label. So obviously for each of this object we have this label, right? That label we are going to show. Obviously if you see, this label is coming on the top of this image, and we want this label on the image, okay, on the top of the image. So simply for this h2 tag I will make it as a absolute, okay, and after this we'll just say bottom to 5, and we'll make this text to white. Also make text to be in the center, and make sure to provide the width as a full, so it will be in the center. So right now I don't see that particular text, so let's give to this particular div, let's add a class name and just mark it as a relative, okay, so it will bound to this particular div only. And now you will see the name of that particular story or label for each of these options. Now along with the h2 tag I will also make this to excel size, and I think that's pretty good. See, now we have storybook, bed story, and educational. Okay, now I'm going to add also and some awesome effect to this one. So simply what you can do to this h2 tag, you are just add a hover, not hover, but here we'll make it grayscale. So once you make this grayscale, you will see it will be in the kind of black and white color, okay, but on hover you can add grayscale to 0, and let's make it cursor pointer as well. So as soon as I hover on this one, right, everything getting hovered. Okay, let me fix this. So let's remove this grayscale line because we want inside this div. Okay, like this. And now if I go back, see, as soon as I hover on any of this item, only that item, the color of that item is getting populated because we make it grayscale 0 on the hover. How cool it is, right? Perfect. Now once you just select any of these particular option, we have to make sure that particular card or particular option is get selected. Okay, and we want to show it as a light, the color one. So simply over here I'm going to define one state. So here we'll say selected option comma set selected option is equal to use state. Okay, now make this component as a client side and save it. Now once user click on this particular div, so on the click of this div, I'm going to save the name of that particular option. So here we say set selected option as item dot label. Okay, and obviously we need to provide the type. So I will provide the type is of string and save it. Okay, now as soon as user click on this one, it will get selected, but we have to make sure that it will once user select that any of the option, it will get colored. So over here let's wrap this inside not this wrap this particular div inside the curly braces because we want to, and add this tag because we want to add a dynamic styling, so or conditional styling. Okay, so here we'll say selected option is matches with the item dot label. If that condition is true, then we'll make grayscale to 0, and otherwise we'll make grayscale. Okay, means we will make it black and white only. Let's save it and test this out. If I select this one, you will see now the storybook is showing color. Okay, if I select this educational one, see. Okay, so that's how it works. Also, if you want to add more styling, you can add a border to that one. So what we can do, let's add a padding one to this particular div, and whenever user selects something, right, we are going to add a border. We'll make border rounded 3xl, and we'll also make border is of primary color and save it. Now let's test this out, and if you see, if I select this one, you will see the border. Okay, so any of this you select, you will see this beautiful border which we added. You can even change the border size to 2 little border. See, perfect, right? So that's how, guys, you can add the styling and effect to your component. Now same thing we are going to implement for the edge group. Obviously the image or we can say option list might be different. So what we can do, you can just copy this component as it is. So I will copy everything, okay, until this point, I think, yeah, and then we'll create a new component and we can call it as a edge group dot tsx, add a default template, and then simply I will paste it here. Okay, now obviously make sure to import the use state, and then make sure to import this image from the next/image. Now only change you need to do is to update this option list. So here we'll say 0 to 2 years. Here we have the image URL called 0 to years, 0 to years dot png. Then here I will make 3 to 5 years, and for that one we have 3-5 years as a image, and the last 5 to 8 years, and for that one as well we have 5-8 years as an image. Okay, and obviously that image going to render. Let's save it and make sure to update this label as well. This is the third option, and here we'll say edge group and save it. Now if I go back to our application, I think we need to add that in page.tsx. We did not add it here, So make sure to add this component called age group, and boom, if you see, we have this age group as well, and the assets or images is quite relevant to the age which we are showing. If a user select 3 to 5, it will get selected 3 to 5. Obviously the story type we selected as a this particular story, and so on. Now next we want to add that image style section. Okay, so it's little bit different, but it's similar the way which we added for the story type and age group. So what I will do, I will create a new component and I will name it as a image style dot tsx, add a default template and save it. And now make sure to add this image style inside your parent component called page.tsx. So over here I will add image style component and then save it. Okay, next let's go to this image style, and inside here I will copy the same thing. Okay, so I will just copy everything as it is from the story type to image style, and let's make sure to import this use state along with the image. Okay, now obviously here we need to update the list of the options. So here we'll update the label called 3D cartoon. Okay, and the image URL will be 3D, so which is inside this public folder. See, something like this. Then we have paper cut, and here I will say paper cut as a image URL. Then watercolor, here we have the image URL called watercolor, and there is one more, I believe. Yeah, we'll call it as a pixel style. Pixel style. Okay, and then save it. Now over here, if you scroll down little bit, right, inside the image I'm going to change this height. Here I will add a height of 120 pixel, and I think everything will be as it is. Let's save it and let's test this out. And if you see, this is how it will look like. Obviously pixel style image is broken. Make sure we have this pixel style image is just a pixel, so that's good. So here only pixel. See, okay, so any of this, if you select anything, right, let's say 3D cartoon, and that's how your selection will look like. How cool, right? Perfect, guys. Now as soon as you select any of this field, we have to make sure, because similar like this subject of the story, we are sending the data back to the parent component. Same thing, we need to do it, pass the data. So let's go back and let me close all of this tab for now, and here we have the story type. Okay, now from the story type, as soon as user select any of the story, we need to send data back. Okay, so you have two options. Either you can create a method, and on the click of that method you can select the options. I think that will be easy to understand. So here I will add a constant on user select, and inside this method I will call this set selected option method like this. Obviously it will accept the item, and obviously we need to provide the item type. So the item type will be this label, image and all. So here we'll say const, let's define the export interface and option field. Inside this we'll put label is of type string, then image URL is of type string, and is free is of type boolean. Okay, and this option type I'm going to pass over here. So here we'll say, what is this name, option field. Okay, now this option field we are passing to this, and along with that one, make sure to call this on user select over here, and we are going to pass item. Okay, obviously this item is of type option field. I think here as well we need to give option fill only. That's where let's make it any for now. Okay, perfect. Now once we have this option fill over here, also we are going to add user selection method. Okay, now inside this user selection method, let me bring this down like this. Inside here we'll pass fill value. Okay, now fill value will be the item dot label and then fill name. Now fill name is story type. Okay, make sure you need to give the fill name different for each of these particular component. Now this user selection we are going to pass back to the parent component. So here user selection is of type any. Let's save it and let's go back to the page.tsx, and similar way I am going to call this story for the story type. See, now same thing we need to implement for the age group and the image type. So let's go to this age group. Okay, and whatever you implement for the story type, I will just copy from here, and then let's go to this age group. Let's add this method. Make sure to import this option fill. Okay, because this option fill we already defined inside the story type, and we exported it so that we can use it, and this user selection will pass over here. Now obviously you need to call this on user select method inside this. Perfect. Okay, let me copy now again this particular method to the image style as well. And make sure to import option fill. The user selection we need to pass back to the parent component, and then we need to call this on user select on the click like this. Also I think my bad, inside the story type, right, we define this item over here. We don't need to define anything because this is just on click event, right, and on the click of that one we are passing this item as it is. Let's save everything, and I think we are good. Now let's test it that on each of the selection we are getting the data printed on the console or not, because we have this console, right. So let's go back, and if I click on storybook, boom, if you see we got the storybook and you fill name as a story type. If I select the age group, you will see it's showing the age group, and for a this need to be renamed obviously, and then paper cut for the image style. Make sure to update this image style. So here as well we need to update this as an image style and the name as a image style. So definitely I will recommend you not to copy paste. Okay, many times you make some changes and it's difficult to find. Inside the age group as well, change this field name to age group and then save it. Okay, now we have proper information and all the field name and field value correct. Perfect, right? So that's all for this particular section. I hope you understand, and that's how beautiful we implemented this create story page. Obviously at the bottom side we are going to add a new button in order to generate the story. So let's go to this page.tsx, and after this div I'm going to add one div, and inside that we'll create a button. Here we'll say generate story. Now to this generate story, to this button obviously I'm going to add some style. So first thing, let's make it as a primary as a color. Then we'll add a class name, we'll add padding 10, text is of 2XL, and then save it. Now we'll see this button, right? Now we want this button on the right hand side. So over here we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex and justify to n margin y to 10, so that button will move to this right hand side like this. Cool, right? And obviously on the click of this one we are going to save this information first, then we will generate the story from the AI, and then we will generate the image as well. That I'm going to tell you a complete flow in the next section. But before that, once user click on this generate story, we have to make sure that all this information will be inside one form state. Okay, so let's go back to this page.tsx file, and inside here I am going to define one state. So here we'll say constant form data comma set form data is equal to use state, like this. Now to this form data we need to define the type. So here we'll say export interface form data type. Here we'll get the story subject is of type string, then story type is of type string, the image style of type string, and then age group of type string. Okay, and this particular type we are going to assign to this form data and then save it. Now whenever user select some input, right, we have to add that inside our form data. So in order to add it, we'll first check if form data dot story subject is there, then form data dot age group is there, form data dot image style is there, or form data dot story type, I think, yeah, story type is there. So all this information need to be there, story subject, age group, I think, yeah, this need to be a double vertical bar, and inside if condition we'll simply console it with the data. Okay, oh my bad, actually first on the selection, right, we don't need this line of code. On the selection we just need to add that data into form. So here we'll say set form data to previous is of type any, let's define any, and here will that spread operator, then data dot field name, and then their respective value as a field value. Perfect, right? Here let's try to add the field data as a type, but it's not accepting somehow. Let's keep it as any for now. And now if I console over here, you will see the form data. Obviously we are updating and we are just immediately showing it, right? So we are, that state is not getting updated immediately, but still I just wanted to show you that we are able to add that inside our form data. Okay, so if I add story type or something, if I write something, you will see the story subject with a field name and their respective field value. Okay, also if I select this storybook, then I will select age group, image style, and everything you will see inside this form data. Cool, right? Now this information obviously we will need it in order to generate the story. But guys, until this point, let me know if you have any question, any doubt. Here I will just rename this to use to add data to form and save it. Now we need to set up a backend for our application so that we can store all of this information. Let me walk through the workflow now. Now once user select all of these options and click on this create story, we are going to save all the users selection to our database. And obviously we are going to use a free service for that one. We are going to use a Drizzle ORM with PostgreSQL. Then once we save that data, then we are going to generate the story with the help of AI, and for that one we are going to use a Gemini AI. Gemini AI is a Google it's produced by Google and it's completely free to use. Okay, and then once it's done, then we are going to use an OpenAI DAL a 2 or 3 model to generate the image for our storybook. Obviously here we are going to generate the storybook cover image along with the chapters image as well. But this service is not free. You have to pay at least minimum $0.018, which is equivalent to 1.3 rupees in India. And then everything is done, then obviously this image information also we are going to store it in our database, and then we will save it. Now, whenever we generate the story with the help of AI, here we are going to update the database, and same thing we are going to do once we generate the image as well. Okay, so that record we are going to update it. So guys, first thing we need to set up a backend for our application. So for that one, we are going to use a Drizzle ORM. So Drizzle ORM is a TypeScript based object relational mapping, and most important, very easy to use. If you don't have experience with the writing the SQL and all, don't worry, because Drizzle ORM is the best option for it. So first thing, let's go to this orm.drizzle.team and then click on documentation. On the left hand side, you will see the PostgreSQL, because on the database side, we are going to use a PostgreSQL database, and we are going to use a Neon's PostgreSQL database because they provide a free PostgreSQL database. Okay. So next, you need to run this command. So copy this command, go back to your application, and simply paste it here. So it will install the Drizzle ORM for the Neon database, and then you need to install this Drizzle kit as well. So let's paste it here and let's install the Drizzle kit. Next thing, we need to write this line of code. I will just copy this first 4 lines, and inside our config folder, let me go to this config folder. I think it's at the over here. I think we don't have the config folder. Let's create a one. So here we'll say config. Inside that we'll create a db.tsx file and simply paste this line of code. Next, if you see, we need this Drizzle database URL, okay, and we don't have this database URL. So let's do one thing. Let's go back to this neon.tech. Okay, now neon.tech will provide a free PostgreSQL database. Simply, if you don't have an account, create a new account, and I will just log in. And once you log in, you will find this dashboard. Select the project. If you don't have a project, just create a new one. And once you jump on this project dashboard, here you will find an option called database. Here you have option to create a new database. In many of my tutorial, I use a Neon PostgreSQL database. Now here you can give the database name. Let's say AI Kids Story Builder or generator. Let's say builder. Okay, and just simply say create. As soon as you create it, you will see this connection string. Copy this connection string, go back to your project, and inside your .env.local file, here we'll create a new environment variable. We'll say our database URL. Okay, and paste this connection string. Now copy this environment variable and make sure to replace it over here. Okay, then make sure to export this database. This is very important so that you can use it throughout the application. Once you're done with this one, you need to create the schema for your application. It means obviously the schema is nothing but the to create the database to our PostgreSQL database, and in order to apply the CRUD operation, you can do it with the help of schema. So inside this config folder, let's create a new file called schema.tsx. Inside this one, we'll simply say export constant story data. Okay, and we will say is equal to pg table because we are using PostgreSQL table. Inside here you need to provide the table name. So I will give story data and then the curly braces. So inside here you need to define the column which you want to create it. So first thing, I will want to create the ID is of type serial. Make sure you are importing from this pg core. This is nothing but the actual column name, and this is the mapping for that one, because with the help of this field we are going to add and do all the operation. But this is the actual column name which is inside the PostgreSQL database. Here I will make it as a primary, so it auto increment the ID and it will be unique. Then story subject, this will be a text. Again, make sure you are importing from the PG core, and here we'll say story subject, and it will be a not null, so make sure to add it as a not null. Then we'll define the story type, which will be a varchar, and then I will give the column name as a story type, and which is again a not null. I will just copy paste this multiple times. Then we want to add the age group. Make sure the column name will be the age group. Then image style, I, and here we'll make image style. Right now let's remove this not null. Okay, I will keep everything as it is for now. I don't want to make it complicated because we are using TypeScript and it might be difficult many of the users, okay, to figure it out the some error and what. Once we have the image style, then here we'll say output, which will be in the form of JSON. So make sure you're importing from the PG core again, and here we'll simply say output. Okay, and we'll say cover image, which will be the book cover image. Again, it's a varchar, and I will write as a cover image. Okay, and then save it. Now this is your schema, it's ready. Now inside the db.tsx file, make sure to import this schema as a schema from and give the path, and this schema you need to add inside this drizzle function. So here we'll say schema and then save it. Okay, now next important thing we need to do inside from the drizzle ORM is to add a configuration file. So go to this drizzle kit, okay, and just scroll down little bit. Here you will find the configuration section. Now this line of code you need to copy it and you need to add it inside this drizzle.config.ts file. So we don't have that file, so inside the root directory let's create that file. So drizzle.config.ts file, and simply paste this line of code. Now here you need to define the correct schema. So here we'll say config/schema.tsx, and over here you need to define the database URL. So many of the time from the environment variable it is not accessible, so simply copy this URL and paste it here like this. Okay, now if you see we don't have that error, and save it. And the last thing we need to do is to write a script in order to run or push the schema so that it will apply it to the database. So here we'll say db push, and simply we'll say drizzle kit push, and another one for the studio, drizzle kit studio. Okay, and then save it, and that's all. Now let's go to our terminal and simply run npm run db push. Now db push command obviously will execute this drizzle kit push, which will create our new table if it's not already there. And if you see it's creating new table here. Yes, I want to execute all the statements, say yes, and boom, here you will see the text called changes applied. Okay, now let's run another command npm run db studio in order to see your data. Now it will run this local drizzle.studio, open that in a website in your browser, and boom, if you see we have this story data created, and here you will see your table name and the column which we added. How cool, right? Now let's consider you want to make some changes to your schema and you want to add one more column. Let's say you want to add a story ID, okay, obviously it will be a varchar, and let's give the name of the column, which is story id, and then save it. Now in this case, just stop your studio and again run the db push command. Okay, so what it will do, it will alter your table, and here it will say you want to alter, say yes, I want to execute all the statement, and boom. Now again you can run your studio, refresh this link, and here you will see a new field get added called story id, and that's how you can update your column as well without affecting to your data. Okay, so that's how guys our backend is getting set up. If you face any issue while setuping the backend, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to generate the story with the help of a Gemini API. Now Gemini is a Google's AI model, and it's free to use. Just go to this ai.google.dev and you will see this official website. You will also see the example how to use it and all of this information. Just go to this get API key in AI Studio. You will jump on this Google AI Studio. In that one you can generate the new API key. I already have one, so I will use the existing one, and inside this create new prompt you can write the prompt, whatever the prompt you want to use it. Okay, now I already have the one prompt in order to generate the story. Okay, and if I will just paste it here, obviously this prompt is also available in the source code. The link is in the description. Now if you observe in this particular prompt, I just write okay, create a kid story on the description. Okay, then I give the age, then the type of story, and the type of image style. Okay, and the main thing, the subject. And here I also write give 5 chapter, the detail image text prompt for each of the chapter, the image prompt for the story cover book with the story name, and everything I want in the JSON format. Okay, let's run it and let's see what we are getting. And boom, if you see, we got the story name, cover image, the chapter, and all of this information, and everything is in detail, right? For each of this description we have the prompt as well. Okay, now if you want to change anything in that one, you can just update your particular prompt, and then you will get the result as expected. Now once you satisfy with the your result, you can just click on this get code, and once you select get code, make sure to select this from the JavaScript, and this is the code that you need to use it. Before that, let's install the generative AI SDK with the help of this command. Just copy this command, go to your VS Code and add a new terminal. Here I will paste this one, so it will install the generative AI SDK, and then copy all of this code, go back to your application, and inside here, inside this config folder, I will create a new file called Gemini AI.tsx file, and just paste your all the code. Now obviously we are going to modify little bit. First thing, we need to add the Gemini API key. So simply inside your .env.local, I will create a new environment variable Gemini API key, and then let me close this for now, and let's go to this API key. Just copy this API key, don't use mine and simply paste it here and then save it. Okay, after that, make sure you will replace this with the actual name of the API environment variable key like this. Next thing, here the response type we want in the JSON format. So here I will just update this one, application/JSON. Okay, and here you can update the model if you want to update it. Currently this particular model is free to use. Here the role and the users. Okay, obviously you can update this history. I kept this history because whenever you want to generate a new story, right, it will refer the history, and depends on that one it will exactly create or generate the output for you. Okay, so that's the reason it's very important. Let's remove this function. I don't want to keep this in a method, so I will remove this call as well, and we don't want these particular lines, so I will remove it. But you have to make sure you will export this chart session so that you can use it anywhere. Perfect. And your Gemini AI model is now ready to use. Let's go back to our create story where we have page.tsx file, and over here we'll create a new method called constant generate story, and this particular method we are going to call on the click of the generate story button. So simply I will add on click method and I will call this generate story method. Okay, now first thing we need to generate AI story, then we need to save everything in database, and then we will generate the image. Okay, first the most important thing we need to do is to generate AI story and save in database. Okay, so here I will add a try catch block first. Let's write exception E and console.log the error. Okay, now over here we'll write constant result is equal to await chart session. Now this chart session you have to import from our config Gemini API dot send message. Okay, and then inside here you need to send the prompt. Now we don't have the prompt currently, right? And the prompt we need to send it in order to generate the actual story. So here let's copy this prompt. So I will just copy this all of this information. Obviously, as I said, you will get it in the source code, and inside the dot environment dot local I will paste it. So anytime when you deploy your application you can modify your prompt as well. So here we'll say create story prompt is equal to and simply paste it here. Now couple of things I'm going to modify because we want to update our prompt depends on the user selection. So the years things I'm going to replace with the age group, something like this. Then the story type here I will replace with this story type. Then the image style here I will replace with the image style, and the subject story subject here I will replace with this story subject. Okay, and everything I will keep as it is. Perfect, right? Let's save it. Let's copy this environment variable and go back to this particular page. Now at the top I will just get the AI create story prompt is equal to process.env and just paste this environment variable key. Now from this prompt let's scroll down little bit, and over here we'll generate final prompt is equal to, and we'll use this create story prompt dot will replace this each of this particular name with the actual value. Okay, for example first thing let's replace this age group. So we'll say age group we want to replace with the form field or form data which we have dot age group. See, something like this, right? Let me bring this down and I will copy paste this multiple times. Then we want to change the story type with the story type, then story subject with the story subject, and then what else remain, image style with the image style. Okay, something like this. I think we have one error. I think that's enough. We are getting error because we did not mention that form data has a value every time. So here you can add the condition double quote and it's empty. Okay, it means if the value is not there it will pass the empty value. Okay, something like this. And make sure it's a double question mark, something like this, and we got the final prompt. Now simply I will just print this final prompt. Okay, and just make sure that all the value is getting replaced correctly. So let's go back to our application, and inside the inspect panel, inside the console, let's add some storyline. Okay, then we'll select the story type, let's say bed story, and 5 to 8 years I want a 3D cartoon. Okay, and simply click generate story. Let me make sure it is connected. It is connected. Okay, let me refresh once. Okay, now we are good. Now let's select, write the story line, bed story, 5 to 8 years, and 3D cartoon, and click generate story, and boom, if you see, we have the proper prompt. Depends on the user selection, right? Now this prompt, we are going to use it in order to generate the story, and we are going to pass this prompt to our AI model. So I will remove this console from here, and I will just uncomment this code which we write before. So here we are using await. Let's make this as a async, and to this send message we are going to pass our final prompt. Okay, once we got the result, we'll just console this result in the form of result dot response dot text. Okay, now obviously if you remember, if I go to this code, right, and if I scroll down, this is how we'll get the result from the Gemini AI response model. Okay, so that's what we wrote over here, and save it. Now just to make sure, we will also maintain the loading state. So here we'll say loading set loading is equal to use state. Initially I will make it as a false, and when we user click on generate story, we'll set the loading as a true, and once everything is done, we'll set the loading as a false, and over here as well we'll set the loading as a false if we have any error. Now whenever the loading is true, we will disable this button. So just add disable and set the loading and save it. Now let's test this together, and most important, we will see whether we are getting the response from the Gemini AI model. So let's go over here, clean everything. Here we'll say elephant and ant friendship. Okay, we want to write a story on elephant and ant friendship. It's a storybook. Just write for the 3 and 5 years, and I want 3D cartoon. Let's generate the story, and right now if you see, the button is disabled. Okay, now we'll wait, and boom, if you see, we got the complete storyline with the image prompt for the cover. Okay, with the title, then the chapter we have, each chapter has a title, the chapter text, and the image prompt for each of the chapter, right? And obviously this image prompt we are going to use to generate the images as well, but for now this is very important that we are getting the result. Now this result, along with the user selection, we need to save into our database. Let's do that. So let's go back to our application, and this information we are going to save it in one variable if you want to, but let's keep as it is for now. Now obviously this is saved in database, so what I will do, obviously we need to write over here, I will create a new method called save in DB, and the logic which we want to save that information in the database, we will write inside this save in DB method, and just will call over here save in DB. Here we'll say output, or not output, but here we'll pass this result as our output. Okay, and over here I will accept it as a output. Okay, is of type string for now. Now next we need to save that in our database. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await DB. Now this DB reference from our config DB, and then we want to insert the record. So with the help of drizzle ORM, this is the insert statement, this is the query which is given by the drizzle ORM. Now insert on which schema, that schema name we need to provide. So here we'll say story data from this config schema dot values and all the values which you need to add. Here we are using await. Let's make this as a async and let's add all the value one by one. So first thing, let's add the story ID, which is very important. Okay, so in order to generate the story ID, let's use the UUID4 library. Okay, so what it will do, it will generate a global unique identifier. So I will copy this npm command and let's paste it here. And in order to use it, you need to import this UUID4 and then you can just use it. So here we'll say UUID4, oh, not like this. Here I will create constant record ID is equal to UUID4 and this record ID I will pass over here. Next, we want to add the age group. So this age group will get it from the form data dot age group. Next, we want to add the image style, again form data dot image style, then the story subject, which is form data dot story subject, and story type, obviously we want to add form data dot story type, and the most important, the output, right? So the output as a output. Now this output we need to store in the form of JSON. So here I will just parse this in the form of JSON. Here we'll say output. Perfect. And all the fields are be assigned. Okay. Now once the record is inserted, we want to return as a inserted recorded ID. Okay, or not inserted ID, but here you can provide the whatever the field you want to add. Let's say story ID you want to return. So here you can write the story data dot whatever the ID you want to return. In this case, we'll say story ID. Perfect, right? And this is the result. Obviously, I will wrap this in a try catch block. Something like this. Okay. Now, once data is inserted, we will just return the result. Now, this result will come over here. So here we'll say constant response is equal to, and we'll console the response. Okay. Perfect. Here, make sure that we are making loading as a true. Over here, we'll set the loading as a false, and if we have any error, we'll set the loading as a false. Perfect. Okay. Now, obviously, this method is used to save that data into our database. We have error that import UUID4. Let me check the import because that import is not working. And let's import it here. I don't think so it's working. So this error is coming because of this Typescript. Okay, so you just write ts ignore and it will ignore this. I don't think so. Yeah, @ts ignore, something like this. Okay, now it's ignored. I think it's, let's save it and let's go back to our application. Now everything is good. Let me bring this and let's write subject line. So here we'll say 3 friends and magical land. Okay, this is the subject line. Now you can select the story type, the age group, and the image style. Okay, now I will say generate story. Now as soon as click on generate story, this button get disabled. Now we'll wait, and if you see, the story is generated perfectly fine. Okay, and it's returning the promise on line page 52. Let's see where. So over here it's generating the, okay, so it's generating promise because we did not use await over here. We have to use await. Okay, and if I go back to our Drizzle Studio, and boom, if you see the new record which which the story which we just created is get inserted. It has a story subject, type, group, image style, and most important, the output. And in that output, you will see it is in the form of JSON. How cool, right? So that's how, guys, you can generate the story with the help of AI. And obviously, we are need to create the image, but the important thing, we are able to generate the story with the help of Gemini AI model. So if you have any question until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now, the most important thing that we need to implement is to add the loader as well. Currently, we don't have loader and we user don't know whether it's getting generated or not, right? And obviously, we are going to add our own custom loader, and I'm going to tell you the best trick to add your own custom loader. So very first thing we need to do, let's go to this NextUI and just search for kind of dialog or model. So it has a one component called model, okay? And if I scroll down and if I open the model, so this is how it will look like, and that's what we wanted. So first thing, we need to import this model. So let's go back to your application. Over here, I will paste it. Then you need to import this all the component, and for the loader I am going to create a new component. Here we'll say custom loader.tsx file, add a default template, and at the top I will import this all the components, okay? Then in order to use it, right, you can find the use case. So this is a non-dismissible, okay? That's what I wanted actually. I will use this one. Go to the code, and first thing I will copy this line, okay, which is the hook from this use disclosure. Make sure to import this one. Then I will copy everything as it is from the model. See, okay? Now we don't want footer. I will remove this footer, model footer, and over here I will write use effect, and inside this use effect I will just call on open this particular method, okay, and save it. Now in order to use this custom loader, you need to import that custom loader into your screen where you want to use it. So in this case, let's use over here. So I will add a custom loader, save it, and if you see over here in use effect, as soon as this particular component get load, we are opening this model. Let's say whether it's getting displayed on the screen or not, and boom, if you see, it's getting displayed on the screen, right? Now obviously we don't want this all of this content. So simply I will remove this header, and I will remove this all of this content and save it. Right now you will see this just a simple line. Now in order to add an icon or loader, let's go to this flaticon.com, which contain unlimited icons for you, and select this animated icon. Here I will just search for the magic icons, and here you will find a different icon, magical icon, okay? I think I will use this one. This is kind of cool, right? Open this one. This will be the GIF file. Click download, click GIF, and it will install the GIF file for you. Copy this one and go to your project. Inside the public, just paste it, and I will rename this to loader, okay? So loader.gif file. Now inside the model, I will use this image source and just refer to this loader.gif file. Give alt tag as a loader. Here we'll give width of 300, height of 300. I will add a class name with a width of 200 pixel, let's say, and height of 200 pixel, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this loader. How cool, right? Perfect. Now for this body, I will add a class name. We'll add a padding of 10. Let's see how it looks. That's pretty good. Also we'll make flex, width to be full, item to be in the center, and justify in the center. So it will be in the middle of the screen. Perfect, something like this. And then below that, I will add a text. We'll say, please wait, story story generating, something like this. You can add any text. We'll add a some style to Excel and we'll make primary color and save it. Something like this. See, please wait, story is generating. We'll say story is generating. That makes sense and save it. Perfect, right? You can mark this in the center. So I will just make it text to be in the center. Perfect. Okay. And now this is our loader. Now in order to hide and show the loader, okay, there are a couple of ways that you can do it, but simple way that in order to do that, let's wrap this inside one div. And here I'm going to get the property call is loading, okay, and is of type boolean. Here let's add any, I don't know why we are getting error, and over here we'll simply add is loading. If is loading is true, then only it will show this loading model. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to the page.tsx and over here we'll pass is loading whenever the loader is true. So loader value we are just simply passing to this is loading. Oh, so not loader, we have the state called loading. Okay, and save it. Now let's test this all together. So right now if you see the loader is not showing, and let's write some subject and story. So here we'll say fairy princess and frog story. Okay, we want this bed story, 0 to 2 years. I want watercolor. Let's select watercolor, everything is selected, perfect, and simply click generate story, and boom, if you see it's showing this beautiful model, right? And boom, as soon as your story is generated, the model is gone. We will just make sure it is inserted into our database. Say perfect, right? We have the new story subject with this, which obviously is a different output because every time we are generating a new story, and obviously everything is ready. Wow, that's cool, right? So that's how guys you can generate the story. We added our own custom loader and lot of things that we are going to learn. Now it's time to generate an AI image for our story, and you have a couple of options to generate the image. One of them is the OpenAI DALL-E 3 option, but which cost you around 0.04 if you are using the DALL-E 3 model, because which is a powerful one, okay, and which is quite costly. And the alternative for that one, you have the replicate, which is quite powerful, and it just costs you $0.003 per image, and in $1 you can generate 300 image, which is just 25 paise in Indian rupees. Okay, so let's implement that one. So just go to this replicate.com, and which contain a lot of different AI model, okay, which you can use to generate the images, music, speech, and lot of other things. Now for our example, we are going to use this Black Forest Labs Flux channel model, okay, and this is the only line of code we can use it to generate the exact model for us. Okay, very easy to use. So first thing, you need to sign in with the help of GitHub, and then once you land on this particular page, just go to this explore, and here you will find all of the model which depends on your requirements. Most important thing, make sure to add the payment detail first, because then only you can use this model. As I told you, this is free to use, sorry, not free to use, but it's very cheap. And if you see the image model, which is quite cheap on this particular model, which is $0.03 per image. Okay, so once you add the payment details, select this Flux channel model, and if you want to play around this with this playground section, you can just add a prompt and it will generate the image for you. But in order to integrate, select this API section and you will jump on this Node.js section, copy this npm install replicate into your terminal, and then copy this line of code, and we are going to use the Nextjs API functionality. So go to the app. Here we are going to create a new folder called API, and inside that we'll create a new file called generate not new file, we'll create a new folder called generate image, and inside that we'll add route.tsx file. Okay, now over here we'll simply write export async function, and over here this will be a post request, so I will add a post, and will accept the request which is type of next request. Okay, now inside here obviously it will return the next response, so this need to be a return next response dot json, and here we'll say data for example and hi. Okay, and then save this one. Now whenever you make a request, right now it will just return this data and it will return hi to that particular field value. Now in order to use the replicate, just copy the code which you pasted. So I will just copy again and I will paste it here. Okay, now make sure you will import over here this replicate. Then this is the input prompt. Okay, this is the sample prompt. Obviously we are going to pass our own prompt, and then you will get the output here. Okay, now output, from the output you can get the 0th element, and then here we'll say image URL. Here output I will make type any, and that's all. Okay, now obviously here you need to pass an API key. Okay, so inside here you need to add an auth and just add the API key. So I will add a new API key from the replicate. So here we'll say just image, or we'll say replicate API underscore key is equal to, and then let's go to the your profile and click on API token and copy your API key. So I will just copy this API key and then I will paste it here. Okay, let's save it and let's go back to the application and just access it using process.env. Now in the post request, let's go over here, and first thing we'll get the request response. So we will say constant data is equal to await request dot json. Okay, and in order to get a prompt, we'll simply write prompt is equal to data. Okay, so we'll just destructure this data with the prompt and we'll get this prompt information. Next, we'll just replace this prompt with our own prompt. So here we'll say prompt, and along with that you can pass more option. Okay, so here you can even say the output format, and you can pass whatever format you want. Let's say PNG. Okay, you can even add the quality, the output quality as 80%, and aspect ratio also you can add. So here we'll say aspect underscore ratio, and which is 1:1. Okay, how you want that, that's how you can add that one. Okay, obviously everything you will find it on their documentation. So if I go to the documentation, click on learn more, you will find all of field which you can pass. Okay, and then once you add, make sure that model name, you will add the correct model name which you want to use, and the input which we already added, and we'll obviously consoling it, and once we got the data we'll return it to our front end side. Okay, let's save this one and let's test this out. Now inside your page.tsx, once you generate the story, then just before the save in database, we are going to generate the image response is equal to await. We'll use Axios, so make sure to import the Axios first, which is the HTTP client, and once it install, you can use this Axios to make an post request. So this post request will be on /API/ and the generate image. So we'll say generate image. Okay, now to this API we need to pass an body. So obviously in the body we are going to pass prompt, and in the prompt we'll just say add text with title, and here we'll set add book cover text, or we'll say just add a text with a title, and we are going to add a title of the story. Okay, so if I go back to our response, let's fetch the story title, so which is inside the story cover, and then title. So here we'll just simply say result, or let me save this in one one constant first, story data, or just say story is equal to this text, and simply we'll say copy the story cover, story dot, this is in the form of JSON, so we'll make sure to parse this one, and then we'll say story dot story cover dot title. Okay, so this is actual the title of the story plus, and then we are going to add the prompt. Here I will also write in bold text for book cover. Okay, and then we'll add the actual prompt, so which is inside the story dot story cover and just get the field name. So the field name is image prompt, like this. Okay, and that's all I think, and this is our post request. Okay, let's save it, and we'll just console this one. So console.log image response dot data, and inside that I think we are returning as a image URL. Okay, so dot image URL, and save it. Now right now I'm not going to save it inside the database. Before that we'll just test this out whether we are getting the image response or not. Let me just get the data first and then save it, and let's test this out. So now let's test this out. Go to the console, and I will add some text. Here we'll say okay, now let's select the story type. You can select the age group and style of the image, and simply click generate story, and the story is generated. Now we'll wait for the image, and boom, if you see, we got the response from our API, and which will returning the image URL. Now let's open this image URL in a new tab, and this is how our book cover story or a cover will look like. Okay, with a name on it and beautiful image on that one. Once the image is generated through the AI, we have to store this image at our server or cloud, because replicate will only store image for an hour, and after that they will just remove from their server. Okay, and we have to make sure that image is getting stored on our server. So for that one we are going to use a Firebase storage. Let's walk through how we're gonna store this particular image. First, whatever the URL which we are getting for that particular image, we are going to convert this into a base 64. Okay, then this base 64 image we are going to store it through this Firebase SDK to the Firebase storage, and then once we store it, obviously we'll get the URL of the stored image from the Firebase, and that URL we are going to store it into our database. Sounds good, right? Let's me open this Firebase. Okay, and the reason that we are using Firebase, because the storage is free, so that's the reason we are using this Firebase, and it's very easy to and convenient. So first thing, let's go to the console, and if you don't have an account, create a new account. So I will just open the account. Here you have option to create a new project. I already have a lot of project created, but you can create a new one, and select the web. Here you need to give the project name, so I will give AI story generator. I will say kids story, then register app, and then it will add your application to the Firebase console. Next step, you need to install this Firebase SDK. So copy this npm command, go to your project. I will close this tab for now and I will paste it here. And then next you need to add this config file with all these Firebase configuration. So inside this config folder, I will get a new file called Firebase config.tsx file and simply paste all of this thing. Then you need to just make sure to remove this API key from here, okay, and put it inside your .env.local file. Here I will say Firebase API key is equal to and paste this key, okay. Obviously here you need to add next_public and Firebase API key. Go over here and just make sure to add this Firebase API key over here inside this Firebase config, and then remove this analytics part. Here you need to add export constant storage, and you have to add this or initialize this storage over here, okay. Inside this get storage you need to pass this app reference, and then you have to make sure to import this storage from Firebase/storage, okay. Perfect. Now your storage is initialized, and once you export it, it means you can use it anywhere. Now let's save it, and in order to upload these images to the Firebase storage, we are going to use it through this API. So let's create a new API under this API folder, and we are going to call it as a save image. Inside the save image, let's create a new file called router.tsx, and then here simply we are going to add a function export async function. This is a post request, so post, here the parameter will be the request and is type next request, okay. Next let's get the data. So whatever the URL which we are going to pass, we'll get it here. So inside the data we'll say await request.json and constant URL is equal to data. So we destructureize the URL from this data, okay. Next, as I told you that we need to convert this into a base64 image. So here we'll say constant base64 image is equal to, now obviously the base64 image, once you convert, you need to add the base64 tag. So you have to write like this: data image is of type png colon base64 comma, okay. Then you have to write await, and then simply we need to convert over here, okay. Now in order to convert this image to base64, we'll write one method. So let's create a new folder called services, and inside that we will write that method, okay, or you can just simply create over here. So here we'll say export constant convert image is equal to async. Here will be the image URL of type string, oops, and the arrow function. Now let's add a try catch block, and inside the try block we'll say constant response is equal to await, and here we'll make a call Axios call with a get operation, and inside that, oops, here we have to make sure we'll import the Axios dot get, and then we'll simply pass the image URL. Here we'll also pass the response type, and which will be the array buffer, okay. And then once you get this, here we'll say constant base64 image is equal to buffer, buffer from, and what are the response we'll get. So that is in the form of response.data.toString, and here we'll say base64. Cool, right? Perfect. And then we'll simply return the base64 image. Otherwise we'll just console over here error converting base64 image, Okay, something like this. Now this convert image we are going to call over here. So here we'll say convert image and simply pass the URL. Okay, so this URL we are going to pass it in order to convert it. Cool, correct? Now next, if you want to know how or how we are going to use it, right, you can just search for the Firebase document for storage. Okay, and it will redirect you to the Firebase documentation. Here you will learn how to store the data, upload the files and everything. Okay, and this is the best documentation I find on the internet and it's very easy to use. But let's write it one by one. Now once you're done with this one, right, let me bring this down. Here next thing you need to define the image reference. Okay, so is equal to, we'll write reference from the Firebase file storage, then storage, and here we need to write a file name. Okay, right now we don't have file name, so let's create one. So simply we'll constant, we'll write file name is equal to and date dot now. So I'm using the timestamp, okay, so that we'll get the unique file name every time, and I will attach the extension as a PNG. Okay, now another important thing, if I go to this Firebase storage and search for this storage option, now if you using this first time, you have to make sure go to the rules section and make sure to add this future date so you can access it, okay, without any permissions. Next thing, you need to create a new folder and here we'll say AI story, for example. Okay, now I added this new folder called AI story, and if you want to store all your images inside this AI story folder, you have to provide the ref or file name in that way. So here I will add AI story slash and then that date, the file name. Okay, and this is our file name, and this file name we pass to the storage so that we'll get the reference. I'll make sure to import the storage from our Firebase config. Okay, now we have the image reference. Now with the help of this image reference, we will upload our file. As we have the base64 image, we need to upload this file using this upload string. Okay, now here we'll write image reference and converted image. Oh sorry, we have the base64 image, and this particular line of code you will find over here. Okay, see, not here, this one, uploaded from string. Okay, so if you have base64, this is the line of code used to upload your file. Now once you have the base64 image, pass that base64 image to this upload string, and here also you need to pass a data URL dot then, and here we'll write snapshot like this. Okay, and inside that we'll simply write console.log file uploaded. Okay, so this is nothing but this line of code which we use it. Perfect, right? Here even though you pass base64, I think that also work. Okay, now once you pass this one, right, next thing you can get the download URL. This is nothing but the URL from which you can access your image. So here we'll say await. To get the download URL, you need to write get download URL, and you need to pass the image reference which you just mentioned above, right? And here I will write console.log download URL. I will just add that download URL and make sure to import this get download URL as well from the Firebase storage. And once everything is done, you need to just return the next response from the next server.json. Inside here I will add image URL which is added to the Firebase, and here we'll add the download URL as a response. Perfect, right? So this is the complete code in order to store our the AI generated image to our Firebase. Let's save it and let's test this out. So now let's go to the create story page.tsx file, and here we have this image URL. Now what I will do, I will just add constant image response or image result, I will say in this case, is equal to await Axios dot post request, and here we'll add this API slash save image. Okay, this is our call, and inside that you need to pass the URL. The URL is nothing but this image URL which is generated from the AI. So here we'll say AI image URL, which is quite meaningful. And then here I will write console.log AI image URL. Okay, now this AI image URL, right now we are just consoling we need to console the data and then save it. This need to be like this, image result dot data. Okay, and save it. Now let's go back to our application and we go back over here and click on create story. Now over here I will just add the Harry Potter's kid story format. So I will select the story type as a book. 5 to 8 years, you can select the image style. Let's select this pixel style and simply click generate story. Before that I will just open the inspect panel. Inside the console we'll see whether we are getting the image or not. Okay, the image URL of the uploaded image in the Firebase storage. So we'll wait and our image is getting generated. And boom, if you see, we got the image URL. Okay, I will copy this image URL obviously and I will paste it inside the browser. I will make sure this code is not there and enter it, and boom, if you see, we got the image which is stored in the Firebase. And if I go to this Firebase storage and if I refresh this one, you will see that image is get stored. Perfect, right? Now this image we are going to, or this image URL actually we are going to store in our database. So once we have this downloaded URL, right, and if you see the format of the result and inside that we have the image URL. Let's go to the page.tsx and that's where we have this image result, right, and from that one we'll get the image URL. So here we'll say constant Firebase image URL is equal to and this image URL. Perfect. And I will just uncomment this code now, and inside this one we are going to pass Firebase store image URL. Okay, now once we pass this one inside our save in DB, make sure to add this or pass this image URL, accept that as a string format, and then pass it to this cover image URL and save it. Okay, let's test it all this together. So now I will select the subject story, bed story, 3 to 5 years old, and I will select the paper cut. Click, or let's say watercolor, let's see how it looks, and simply click generate story. Now as soon as it generate, it's supposed to redirect it to the new page. I hope the logic we added, but well wait, and boom, if you see, we redirect it to the view story page with an ID, and I added this toast message that I'm going to tell you in the next chapter how to do that. And now if I go to our database, let me refresh this database, and over here we will find the Firebase image URL and I can open that one. Boom, we select the watercolor. It's not giving a best quality, but it's quite good, right? And this is our result. Perfect. So guys, that's how you can generate the AI image, then convert it into base64 so that you can store it in our own server. Okay, that's cool. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now once we added all the information like images, story, output, and all of these things, the most important part we need to add is the who added the story, the username, email, and the user image if you want. Okay, and right now inside our database we don't have that column, so let's fix that one. So first thing, let's go to this schema. Okay, and inside the schema we'll add a couple of more columns. So first thing is user email, who added this particular story, right? So this will be a varchar. Here I will add user email. Okay, then comma over here, then we want to add username, varchar user name, and the last is user image. Again, this is a varchar. Here we'll say user image. Okay, so this is very important, and save it. Now make sure to stop your studio, and then we'll run db push command. So it will update your table. So here we'll say execute all the statements, the changes are applied. Now you can run the studio again, and if I refresh the screen, you will see the 3 new column get added. Now inside your create story, where we are adding or inserting that this story information and all, here you will add user email. And now in order to get the user email, you have the Clerk sign authentication service, right? So let me get that one. So here we'll say constant user is equal to use user. Now this user hook you have to import from the Clerk Next.js. Make sure to import from there, okay? And if I scroll down now, here we'll simply add user dot primary email address dot email address. Then here we'll add user image as a user dot primary, not this is just image dot image URL. And then we'll add user name as user dot full name, and that's all, and save it. Now whenever you insert a new story, it will also insert the user information who added this story, because this is very helpful when you want to show this all the stories belongs to that particular user on the dashboard. Now let's quickly implement the error handling. Now whenever we got an error while parsing the JSON request or some other error, we want to show the toast message that okay, let's try again, we have some error, right? And for that one we are going to implement a toaster. The Next UI currently not providing the toaster component, but in future they are planning. But for that one currently we are going to use a React Toastify library. Okay, very easy and simple to use and very modern. So first thing we'll install this React Toastify library. Then if you scroll down, this is the simple use case that how you can use toaster. First thing you need to add this toaster container. Now first thing we need to import this one. Okay, so first let's import this toaster container. So let's go to this provider.tsx file, and just below this children we'll add this toaster container. Make sure to import this toaster container, and then make sure to import this CSS as well. This is very important, okay? And save it. Now in order to display it, you will call this notify, which is a kind of toast message. And let's go over here, create story. I will just add this notify, and whatever the message will pass this message to this method. Okay, obviously it is of type string, and then make sure to import this toast as well. Okay, now whenever you want to call, you can just call this notify and it will show this message. I think that's all. So let's try this out. So let's do one thing. Whenever we select something, right, we'll notify it and we'll say choice selected. Okay, some kind of message, just want to show whether the toast message is displaying or not. So if I click on this one, see the choice selected, right? Cool, right? If I select this one, you'll get the second option. That's how the toast message will look like. Now obviously you can explore this one. If I go to this documentation, and whatever type of toast message you want to show, you can show the toast message. Okay, so if you want to show the toast message with the background color, you can add that one as well. Now in order to show the error message, right, you can say notify error, and here you need to add toast dot error, and then you can show this message. Okay, so whenever we got error inside the catch, we can show server error, try again. Okay, perfect. And I will remove this notify because we don't want this anymore. And then after success, we can just show notify story generated. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Now let's test this out. Either we will get error or we will get that success message. Here I will write some subject. Here we'll say princess and frog bed story. You can select the age group and the style of the image and simply click generate story. Now once it's generated right successfully, then you will get the success toast message, otherwise you will get the error toast message. So we'll wait, and if you see, we got the success message saying story generated. And make sure inside your database that new record get added with an image. Say perfect, right? So that's how guys you can add the error handling functionality. Let me talk about the billbuzz.ai, where you can create and winning content with the help of AI. You can even generate all the social media posts, like you can generate Instagram post, Twitter post, you can generate the YouTube script, or you can even generate the advertise for your business. BillBuzz is very powerful AI based tool. If you want to join the BillBuzz, you can find the link in the description and you can get a 25% off on the current pricing. Let me walk through how it works. Once you log in, you will find this dashboard where you will find all the options where you can generate the content with the help of AI. Let me show you one example. Let's say you want to create an Instagram post. So you can select the type, then you can select the product. Let's say you want to generate the Instagram post for the fitness. Here you can write the context. So once you fill all the details, you can simply click on generate Instagram post, and within a few seconds it will generate the complete and SEO base or SEO keyword base post for you. And if you see on the right hand side, you will see how it actually look on the your Instagram post. Here it will also generate the AI based image for you, so you don't need to bring or get any images. This billbuzz will take care of generating the AI image as well, and you will find the content along with the hashtag for your Instagram post. How cool it is, right? And not only that, but if you come back later on this billbuzz, you can find your post which you generated previously like this. Okay, see. So guys, without doing any further delay, if you want to join the billbuzz, the link is in the description. Also, you will get a 25% off on this particular product. So just join it. Now on the view story page, we are going to display the story title with a big font, and then we are going to add the flip book kind of feature, okay, where you just click on that and automatically it opens the page similar like a blue book. Okay, and to implement this particular functionality or the UI, we are going to use this React page flip library. And if you see, this is how it will look like. How cool, right? So similar way we are going to implement in our application. So first thing, we need to install this dependency. Copy this npm command, go to your project. I will close all of this tab, and inside the terminal just paste it here, so it will install this page flip. Next thing, let's go to this view story. Inside that we have page.jsx file, and most important thing, we need to get the parameter value, the ID of the story. So in order to get it, you need to write params like this, and obviously we need to provide the type of the parameter. Let's define any for now outside of this one. Okay, and then inside the use effect, let's check what we are getting. So here we'll write inside the use effect, so the empty value, and whenever this component get load, this use effect will get execute. I will just console it using params.id. okay, let's save it and just verify that we are getting this particular ID. As we are using use effect, we have to make sure this component is on the client side. Now go to the inspect panel and go to the console, and if you see, we got this ID which is same what we pass it. Perfect, that's what we want, right? Next thing, with the help of this ID, we need to fetch the record or story which is added to our database. Okay, now one more important thing we need to do over here is to add the two new column. Okay, cut here. Okay, let's go back, and here we'll write a constant get story, and whatever story we pass, so here will constant result equal to await db dot select dot from, and inside that we need to pass a story data as our schema name dot where, and inside the where condition we'll pass equal to, so story data dot story id which matches with the parameters dot id. Okay, and only that data we are fetching here will make this async. Perfect, and I will just console this using the result of first element. And now this get story we are going to call inside the use effect. Let's save it and let's test this out. So if I go back to our application and refresh the screen once, and boom, if you see, we got the result. Cool, right? Now this result we are going to store in one state. So here we'll say constant story comma set story is equal to use state, and simply I will set the story using result of 0. Okay, now obviously you need to mention this is of type any for now, or you can define the type. Okay, so that you need to add all of these fields, but right now I will keep as it is. Okay, and save it. Now next thing, we need to display the name of the title. For this parent div I will add a class name, we'll add padding of 10, padding x to 20 when the screen size is medium, and for large screen we'll add padding x to 40. Then inside the h2 tag we'll simply add story dot output dot story. Let's see what is the name of the story, how it structurized. So inside the output we have the story cover, and inside that we have the title of the story. Okay, so similar way you need to define over here dot title of the story. Perfect, and save it. Let's see whether we get the title, and boom, if you see, we got the title. Now for this one, let's add a class name, font bold, text, let's make it for Excel. We'll make text to be in the center. I will add a padding to 10 because I want to give background to primary, and text to white, and save it. Now if I go back, this is how beautiful it will look like. Perfect, right? Now next thing we need to do is to add this page flip component, right? And if you scroll down, this is the way that you can add it. So simply copy this all of this line of code, and then simply paste over here. Okay, so make sure to import this HTML flip book. So if you import it, it's supposed to import automatically. Let's import manually if it's not importing. Perfect, and now we have this flip book. Okay, so here we just write at the rate ts ignore. Okay, Typescript ignore, and so it will ignore this, and save it. So right now if I go back to our application, you will see nothing on the screen, say, but you will see this page effect. Obviously we need to add some styling to that one, but over here first thing I will remove everything. Okay, and then we need to add the cover book cover image first. So let's create a component. So I will say underscore components over here, and inside that here we'll say book cover page dot tsx, add a default template, and here I will say image URL only is of type string. So obviously you need to define the type differently. Let's add any for now, and over here I will add this book cover page. Now to this book cover page we need to pass the cover image. Okay, so if I go over here, and this is our cover image that we need to pass it. So simply here we add image URL is equal to cover story dot cover underscore image. Let me check. Oh sorry, it's just like cover image, something like this. Okay, and inside the book cover image we have the div. Here simply add an image tag, then source tag, and here I will add alt tag as a cover. Inside the image source tag will add the image URL, and we'll pass the width as 500, height of 500. Okay, which will match with this one. I will make this 500 for now and height with a 500. Let's save it and let's test this out. So right now we have error that it's saying the Firebase Google API, this particular domain, is not configured under this next config. So let's go to that. Inside this next.config.mjs file, here I will add the images. Under that we have to add the domain which you want to whitelist. So in this case we want to whitelist this Firebase Storage Google API because this is the domain for our image. And just restart your application and refresh the screen, and boom, if you see now it's showing the image of the our book. Perfect, right? Now next, let me go back and to this HTML book cover. Here we can add some property, right? You can say show cover as a true. Okay, and let's add a class name where I will add a margin top to 10 and save it. Okay, make sure. Perfect. And that's our book cover. Now right now it's only one page. Okay, but if you add multiple pages then it will work beautifully. If I try to paste this multiple times, see, okay, and you will see the result. So let me refresh this once. Before that, make sure to wrap this inside the div. Okay, because for each of the page we have to make sure that each of the content is wrapped inside the div. So I just copy pasted, and if you see, if I click on this one, boom, see how cool, right? So that's how it will look like. It will automatically open a page something like this, right? Right now we just copy paste the same image, same component. Okay, but just I wanted to show how actually it look like. Okay, next thing, I will add a new component in the component folder. We'll say story pages.tsx file, add a default template, and then save it. Now over here, this particular library cannot load the dynamic pages. Okay, you have to create the pages before. So here I will add dot 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 array. Okay, and then I will use, okay, let me first wrap it inside the curly braces, and then we'll add this array. Okay, now this array length will be the length of our story dot, let me see the, go to the inspect panel, console. Okay, so inside the object we have this output and then chapters. Okay, so here we'll say outputs dot chapters, okay, dot length. So that much pages we want to create. Okay, so when we're done with this one, here we'll map it, and inside that we'll add a div. Perfect. Now inside the div, let's add a h2 tag, and here we'll simply say page. Okay, so I think we incorrectly mapped this one. So here inside that we'll say item, comma index, and the arrow function, and then we'll add a div. Okay, now simply I will add the h2 tag, and I will just print the index. Okay, and then save it. Let's take this out how it looks like. So okay, we have one error that node ought to be removed if not child node. Let's see what's the issue. So here let's add a key as an index and save it, and now we don't have error. But if you see, now we have page numbers, right? 1 0 2 3 and 4 5. Perfect. That's look weird now, I understand, but let's do one thing. So here we'll add a class name, we'll add a background to be white, padding to 20, and we'll also add a border, and inside that we are going to render the components. Okay, call story pages. Now inside the story pages we are going to pass each of the story chapter title and the description, right? So here we'll say story chapter is equal to, and simply we'll say story dot output dot chapters, and then we are going to pass the chapter depends on the index size, something like this. Okay, and this story chapter, let's go over here and we'll pass to this story chapter. Here you can define the type as well. For now I will mark it as any, okay, because it will take some time to define each of the type. And now we have the story chapter. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to the story pages, and inside this one, first thing, inside the div we'll add a h2 tag. Here we'll say story chapter dot, let's see the chapter title. So from the output we'll get the chapter title. Okay, and p tag for the chapter actual content, right? So here is story chapter dot chapter text. Now to this h2 tag we'll add a class name. We'll say text is of 2xl, font bold, text primary. Okay, and for this p tag we'll add a class name. We'll add a text is of XL, we'll add a padding of 10, margin top to 3, and then we'll add a rounded corner to LG. We add a background slate to 100. I think that's pretty good, and then save it. Perfect. Let's see how it looks on the screen, and boom, if you see, this is how content will look like. Cool, right? See, now this is our book. If I open this one, this is a hardcover, so that's how it look like. But now on the pages we have each of the page, and if you see this animation, how beautiful it look like, right? Now even though you can just open this page through the mouse, or you can just click like this, see, and then the book end. Now obviously we need to add the last page of our book. Okay, so inside the component we'll add a last page dot tsx file, add a default template, and inside the page dot tsx, after this one we'll add that inside the div. Here we'll say last page. Okay, now inside this last page, first thing, we'll add a class name and we'll add a background to be primary, and we'll add a padding to 10. Here we'll add a h2 tag, we'll say end of story, or just we'll say end. We'll add a class name, text to be in the center, text to XL, text white. Okay, now here I will add a div and button share the story. Okay, so share story share button. Here we'll add a class name, flex, item to be in the center, justify in the center, and save it. And let's see how it looks like. So we have again new error. That's pretty weird. Let me refresh the screen. Okay, so after refresh, it working fine. I just refresh it, and this is how our page will look like. Let's try to update this one. So over here, let's add a, okay, not inside the last page, let's add a height full, and let's see how it looks. I think that's pretty good. Perfect. And let me refresh it again. So there is some issue with the last page which we are adding. Okay, but as soon as I got some solution, I will fix this issue, don't worry. Okay, but right now if you see, we have the proper solution and proper book to read it. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can add this React page flip library and give a beautiful effect to your story. Now we are going to add an audio for each of the chapter, and in order to add an audio which speak actual the chapter's content. Okay, so here to this line I'm going to add an button which will start speaking whatever the chapter's content is. Okay, and for that one obviously we need to add a button and an on click functionality, and whenever we click it, right, if you see, it's automatically flip the page. So first thing, we need to stop the flipping page functionality. So if I go to this page dot tsx file, inside here if I go to the HTML flip book, I will just add use mouse event is equal to false, okay, which will avoid, or which will on the click of that, right, you can, I think, let me refresh this once, and now I'm not able to flip it even though if I click on this one. Okay, perfect. Next thing, we need to add two buttons which will act like a next and previous page. So in order to add it, let's go to this bottom section. Here I will add a div. Inside div, let's add a button, okay, and this button, let's say next for now. And here I will add a class name, will add an absolute position, and will make right to 0, and then save it. Now if I refresh this screen, you will see this button. Okay, so we have another error. This is quite weird. Okay, let me go back and make sure to add this button outside of this flip book like this. Okay, now if you see, this button is coming to the next, but we want near to this particular page. So what you can do, you can just wrap this div inside the relative, okay, and save it. And let me refresh this once. Still on very right side. I think that's not working out. Let's do one thing. Let's me wrap this HTML book in one div like this, and inside that we'll add that one. And for this div, let's add a class name, and let's try to apply it as a relative, and let's see. If I refresh it, if you see, the button is come just below this page, but now we mark this as absolute. So let's bring in the middle. So what we can do, we can add the top to 250 pixel, because our height is 500 pixel, and in the middle it's nothing but a 250. And if you see, now it's coming in the middle. We want this button on the right hand side, so simply I will add minus, and here we'll add, let's say, 10. Okay, so it will be like this. And obviously we want to change this button to some icon, okay, and for that one we are going to use React icons. If you did not install, make sure to install this React icon. It's contain a lot of different icons, okay, just make sure to install it so that we can use that one. And just search for the button called arrow, and we want this kind of arrow. So I will copy this import statement first in order to use this icon, and paste it here. And next you need to add this component, okay. So obviously if you remove this button, that also fine, and then we added this button. If I go back to our application now, you will see this button is quite small, but let's add a class name. We'll add a text Excel, and let's see how it looks now. Let's make it 4 Excel. Yeah, that's pretty good, right? And even though here if I say 5, that will be good. Perfect. Okay, you can change this color as well, and if you want to increase the size, let's say 60 pixel, you can add like this as well. And I will make this as a text primary. See, perfect, right? Let's make it 40 only. Perfect. And now we'll make it cursor pointer, so whenever I hover on this one, it will look like you are pressing some button. Okay, now same thing you need to add it, but for the previous one. So I will add this button. Obviously this right circle I will add left, and make sure to import this as well. Make sure that circle, that particular arrow is there. Hopefully it's there, but that's fine. And make sure to change this left to right, or right to left. See, perfect, right? Now we want to show this previous, or this left side previous button only when user is flipping the book first, means usually we flip the first page. Okay, now first thing, on the click of this, let's add on click method, and inside this we'll just add the flip functionality. So for that one, let's define one reference. So here we'll say constant ref, say book reference is equal to use reference, oops, my bad, reference like this. Okay, and then this book reference you need to attach over here. So here we'll say reference as a book reference so that you can handle it on the click of that one. So here we'll say book reference dot current, and it has a method called page flip. Okay, and on this click of next we want to go to the next page. So here we'll have a method called flip next. That's all, and save it. Now let's test this out. If I click on this one, boom, if you see page is flipping, right? Also make sure not to, okay, let me remove this flex because I added for testing purpose, and now I think that's good. Perfect. Let me refresh the screen. Now we have the book, and if I click next, it's showing boom. See, perfect, right? Now next add previous one. So similar way we can do that. So I will just copy this line, and for this div as well I will add an on click method, and I will add this one, but here instead of next here we'll say previous. Okay, now if I refresh the screen, if I click next and if I click previous, see, perfect. And now we want to show this previous button only when user flip the page. So here let's define a count, or here we'll say constant. We'll say count comma set count, which will hold how many pages you flip it. Okay, so initially the count value is 0, and whenever we click next button, right, so here we'll add a set count as count plus 1, and for the previous button we'll add count minus 1. Okay, and here we can write a condition. If count is not equal to 0, then show this don't show this button. Okay, it means this is the arrow. Okay, over here, perfect. So whenever count is 0, then don't show the previous button. And now if I go back to our application, and if you see the previous button is not showing anymore, but if I click next, then previous button is showing, right? But if I click previous, the button is gone. Same thing we need to do for the next page. Whenever there is a last page, we just make sure that it will not show that button. Okay, so over here we can write a condition that if count is not equal to, and then we need to get the length of the chapters. It's not equal to length of the chapters or something like this, dot length minus 1, and an operator, and just make sure to wrap this one. I will just format this one, okay, and save it. Now if I go back, if I click next, 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 and next, and boom, see, perfect, right? So that's how, guys, it will work. So once we're done with this one, the most important thing we want to implement is the play button over here. Okay, let's add that one. So if I go to this story pages where we have this title, here I'm going to add a span tag, and inside that I'm going to add a play button icon. So let's search over here, let's say play, and let's use this one. So I will copy this import statement first, and then we'll copy this component and we'll paste it here. Okay, now here make sure to mark it as a flex and justify between, so it will be on the right hand side. And if I go back, let's refresh the screen, because whenever you make a change, right, this HTML flip page is not update in the real time. Now if I click next, you will see this button. Cool, right? Now to this button, if I want to increase the size, you can increase this size as well, and I will make this cursor pointer, and let's add on click event to this one. Here we'll say play speech. I don't know what we'll call, but let's say play speech, and we'll add constant play speech like this. Now to this play speech, I'm going to pass the chapter text. I know that we already have, but we'll pass this one, and here we'll say text which you want user, or we want to make sure to speak it, and like this, and save it. Okay, Now we are using inbuilt browser functionality to speak. So here we'll say constant voice, or not voice, but obviously if you want to choose specific voice you can get the voice, but here we'll simply say constant synth is equal to window dot speech synthesis. Okay, and then here we'll say constant uh, text to speech is equal to new speech synthesis utterance, this one, and then pass the text which you want to make sure to talk. And the last is you have to call synth dot speak, and then you need to pass text to speech constant over here, and that's all, and then save it. Now let's test this out. I will refresh the screen once and go back to the next page and click this one.
Once upon a time, there was a boy named Max who loved to play pretend. Superhero or a grade 9.
See, that's how it will start talking. Okay, now you have option to update this voice as well, because this voice is different for a different browser. I am on Mac OS, is quite different, but on the Windows is quite good. Okay, so for now I will keep as it is. Now let's implement the dashboard. So once you click on the dashboard button, which we have over here on the header, and then on that one we are going to show this header called my story, and we are going to show the number of credit left to generate the story, right? Each credit belong to one story that which user can create, and then we are going to display the list of the story which user created. Okay, so it's quite easy and quite simple UI that we are going to make it add it. And obviously for that one we are going to use the NextUI card component. But before that, let's add this dashboard header which showing this my story and the credit, how many credits left. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside here we have this dashboard page. Okay, and if I go back to our application and click on this dashboard page, it will navigate to the dashboard. Okay, next here we'll add a new folder called underscore components, and all the components which is related to the dashboard will keep in this folder. So here we'll say dashboard header.tsx, add the default template, and then make sure to import that over here. So here we'll say dashboard header. Now for this main div I will add a padding of 10. When the screen is medium, we'll add padding x to 20, and on last screen we'll add padding x to 40. Okay, now inside the dashboard header, for now I will just simply add s2 tag and we'll say my stories, and along with that one I'm going to add a span tag, and here I'm going to show the image and all. Okay, or there are another way we can do it. Simply we'll add a div tag, and inside div I will add an image tag, the source, and inside this I have coin.png file. Okay, so I already added inside my public folder where the coin will look like this. Obviously you can get this all the assets from the source code as well. The link is in the description. And then we'll add a width of 50, height of 50, and over here I will just simply write in span tag, maybe let's write 3 credit left. Okay, and for this h2 tag we'll add a class name, font bold, text is of 3XL, and save it. Now for this div we'll add a class name, we'll add a padding of 7, then we'll add a background to primary, and for this one let's make text white over here and save it, and this is how it will look like. Now everything bring in one line, and let's put this credit information on the right hand side. So simply I will make this flex and will make justify between and item to be in the center, something like this. Okay, now let's bring this in one line, these two coins and the text. So here we'll add a class name, make it flex, and we'll give gap of 3. For this particular span I will add a class name, text is of 2XL, and save it. Let's make item to be in the center, something like this. See, perfect, right? Now below that we want to show the all the story list which is generated by this current user. Also for this background, for this page.tsx, I will add a uh, minimum height to the screen. Okay, so it will be full screen. Perfect. Next, we'll create a new component. So inside the component folder, and we will call it as a user story list dot tsx file. Add a default template and save it. Now this particular component we need to add over here. So we'll say user story list and save. Perfect. Now before showing this component, we need to get the user story. So here we say get user story. Okay, and here we say constant result is equal to await db instance dot select. Obviously we are using drizzle query from, and here we need to pass uh, the schema which is story data. Here we will add a where clause equal to story data. So here we will say story data dot the user email, and we need to get the login user email. So here we'll simply say constant user is equal to use user, and obviously here I will make use client. So this need to be actually use user from the clerk. Okay, then make this as a async, and over here we'll simply pass the user email. Perfect. So user dot primary email address dot email address, from that you can get the user email. Make sure to import this equal to sign. We have one error. So this is user email and this is the email address. This look good to me. So Typescript is considering, okay, it might equal to this primary email address might be a null. So here I will add an option. If it's there, or if it's not there, then it will show empty, and save it. Now for now I will just console the result, and inside the use effect we'll call this method. So whenever this component get load, this use effect will get call, and then the use effect will get executed, and we're gonna call this get user story. Now we have to make sure whenever the user information is available, then only call this method. Let's save it and let's check it out. So inside the inspect panel, if I go to the console, and boom, if you see, we got the 3 stories. Perfect, right? So this is what we wanted. Now we need to save in one state. Before that I will define a type. So here we'll say type story item type is equal to, and obviously we need to provide the type for each of them. Okay, so I will just copy here, so it will be easy for me to write it. I think, oh, that's very big mess. But here let's say id is of type number, then story type is of type string. I will pause the video and I will write all of this type. So I define this all the type over here, and now simply I'm going to define a state constant story list comma set story list is equal to use state, and this use state is of type story item type, something like this. Okay, oh, this need to be here. Perfect. Let's save it, and obviously this is the list, so I will put the story item type of list. Now over here we'll set the story list as a result, and here for now I'll put the type any. Okay, and save it. Now over here we are going to iterate this list of stories. So here we'll add a story list dot, and we'll add and operator and story list. So if story list is there, then only show. And map, here we'll put an item comma index. Index is of type number and item is of type story item type. Perfect. Then the arrow function, and inside that we will display the div. Now instead of displaying or writing the code for the card, here I'm going to create a new component and we can call it as a story item card.tsx. Add a default template and simply use that over here. So story item card like this. Now to the story item card, we are going to pass each of the story as an item, and inside the story item card we are going to accept here as a story. Okay, now for that one we need to provide the type. Okay, so we cannot provide the type as a story item card, so simply what we need to do, let's copy this code, all of the code, and I will simply paste it here. But in this case I will wrap inside the curly braces. Here will say story. Perfect, right? And now you can mention story item type. Perfect. Next, once we get this story information here, as I told you in the beginning, that we are going to use this NextUI card component. So if I go a little bit down here, you will see this component called card. Obviously, let's install this component first. And then if you scroll down a little bit, you need to import this statement as well. And then you can use any card which you like. Okay, now if you scroll down, you will see a lot of example, but I will use this particular example. So go to this code and simply search for the second last card component. So I will use copy this one and simply let's bring this down and let's paste inside this story item card like this. Okay, I think we by mistakenly imported inside the wrong component. I will copy it from here and paste it here, and make sure to import this image component as well. Then remove this wrapper and make sure to import this button as well. Perfect. Okay, now instead of this image, I'm going to show our story cover image. So here we'll say story.cover image, save it, and if I go back to our application, let's say whether we are getting or not. So right now we got error that image with this source is missing this width property. So let's give the width property for the image. So here we'll say width is of 500 and height is of 500. And now we'll wait, and boom, if you see, we got the card, but obviously it's not looking good. Let's update the layout little bit. So if I go to this user story list where we are mapping the story, right, for this div we'll add a class name. Here we'll say grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller. On medium screen size we'll say grid column 2, and on large we'll say grid column 3, and for extra large we'll say grid column 4. Now this particular column depends on the grid size, is very helpful when you are developing the responsive web page. Now let's give a gap of 10, and now if I save it, this is how it will look like. Cool, right? Let's give some margin top to 10, okay, to this user story. And if I go to this story item card over here, I don't want this header, so I will remove this header, and then this is how it will look like. Perfect, right? Now most important thing, we need to update this particular text. Okay, and let's update it. Also we need to order this by the latest one as a first story, and then the old one will be the last kind of thing. Okay, but let's update the name first. So over here I will add the story dot output, and inside that if you see our response, so inside that we have story cover, and inside that we have the title. So here we'll say story cover dot title. Okay, and if I save it, you will see that it's showing the name of the story. Now obviously I'm going to remove this p tag, and over here I'm going to update the font. So here we'll simply say text is of to Excel and save it. Perfect, right? I think let's make it Excel only, and let's try to make it white and let's see how it looks. I think black is much better. Perfect. And now if you see, we have this beautiful name of the story. Also, we'll change this button to read now, and save it. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Now you have two options. Either you can on hover, you can add an effect. So in order to add an effect to this card, inside the class name you can just add hover, and you can make it scale to 105, and for a smooth animation you can make it transition all. So whenever I hover on this one, you will see this beautiful effect. Also make this as a cursor pointer, so whenever I hover on this one, you will see the pointer get changed. See, right? Perfect. And that's how our dashboard story list card is ready. Now on the click of this one, obviously we want to navigate it to the view story option. So you need to add an on click event over here, or simply you can wrap this div inside the link tag. To this link tag you have to provide the h reference, and then you need to add the path. So in this case is view story slash and the story id. So story dot story id, something like this. Okay, and obviously here also I'll put it in the link. I will wrap it in the link, and boom. Now if I want to read the story, just click on it and boom. Now if I click over here, everything is working like a charm, right? Perfect. If I go back again, I will jump to the dashboard. Now one more and last important thing over here in the dashboard, right? Whenever the data is getting load inside the user story list, because we are fetching from the server, right? You can show some kind of loading effect. So simply I will define one state called constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Either you can use the skeleton effect or you can use our existing loader, right? So it's up to you how what you want to use. We already have the loader, so we can use that loader. So simply first thing you need to do is to implement the loader over here. So we'll add a custom loader, and obviously this custom loader we are going to show when the loading is true, and once it's not, we'll show it as a false. Okay, but for the testing purpose I'm making this loading as a true. Just want to check whether we are able to see the loader or not. Okay, right now I don't think so we are able to see this loader. Let's see the issue. So by mistakenly we need to pass the, let's go to this custom loader first. So this is the custom loader, and we need to pass is loading as an option, and here we'll pass the loading. Let's see now whether we are getting, and if you see, we are able to see it. Perfect. Now obviously I will just make this as a false, and then whenever we are fetching the result, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it's finished, we'll set the loading as a false and save it. And if I refresh it, you will see its loading is showing, and immediately we are getting the result because we don't have that much result showing on the screen. Now in order to show or order it by the ID here inside the query, we'll just add order by, then we'll say which order, let's say descending, and then you have to add on which field. So story data dot id, because id is incremental, right? And then save it. Now obviously make sure to import this descending from the drizzle orm, save it, and let's go back, and boom, if you see now this is showing as a first element. Perfect. So that's how guys you can show the dashboard. Next thing, and very important, we're gonna learn how can we implement this credit functionality so that user can use it or generate the story depends on the credit. If the credit is over, obviously user need to buy more credits. Now we are going to implement this credit functionality where depends on the user generation of the story, that credit gonna use it. If user have 0 credit, then user cannot create any new story. So let me walk through how it works. First thing, whenever user log in, we are going to check if user is already exist into our database. If yes, then we are going to update the context. The context is very helpful so that we can share the user detail information throughout the application. You don't need to pass component by component, and that's the reason we are going to use context. But if user is new and he is not it is not in our database, so in that case we need to add that user to our database, and then we are going to update the context. Okay, so it's very straightforward functionality. So first thing, we need to create a new table called users. So let's go to this schema. So inside this config folder, we are going to the schema, and here we are going to add a new schema. So here we'll say export constant users is equal to pg table, and the name of the table is users, and inside that we'll add as id, which is the primary key, then username. So this is a varchar as username as a column, then user email, again this is a varchar as user email. You can add the user image if you want. Let's keep that one as well. So that is also varchar. It's just a URL, and most important, the credit. Okay, so credit is of type integer. Make sure to import it from this pg core and give the column name as a credit, and we are going to add default value to 3. Okay, so user can create a 3-story by default. Perfect, and save it. Now let's stop the studio. So inside the terminal, I will stop the studio, and here simply will run the npm run db push command. So it will update our database. So here you will say I want to execute all the statement, and then now you can simply run the studio, and we'll refresh the studio and we'll see whether the new table is get added or not. So if you see inside the users, we have the new tables with all the columns which we added into our schema. Perfect. Now let me close all of this tab and let's go to this provider. Now inside the provider, we define this clerk provider, right? I will move this clerk provider from provider component to the layout component. Okay, so let's go to this layout and just wrap this provider over here. Okay, make sure to import it, and obviously nothing will get changed on into your application. Next thing, we'll define one state called user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state. Okay, so this is our state where we are going to save our users information. Now here I'm going to call new method called save new user if not exist. Now inside this method, first we'll check if user is already exist or not. Okay, and then if not, we'll add new user to database. Okay, perfect. So these two function the DB call, we need to add it. So first thing, we'll check if user is already exist or not. So here we'll say user is equal to await db dot select dot from, and here we need to provide the user schema. Here we add where clause equal to, and inside that we need to check if users dot email or user email is matches with the current user email. So obviously we need to add the user hook from the clerk, and here we'll simply check that. So here we'll say user, so use user hook we added from the clerk. That's good. I will remove this one, and here we'll say user dot, I don't know why it's not getting the suggestion, so let's write manually. So here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. So basically we need to, I don't know why it's not okay. So basically we need to change this name user response, something like this, and then we'll get the users. Just add a question mark here like this, and we'll add a condition. If email address is not there, we'll just add the empty value, and here I will make this as a async. Perfect, right? And then we'll get the response. So here we'll say console.log user response. Okay, now if the response is there, we'll simply set the user detail as a, or let's not do it over here. Okay, here now we'll add an if call. So if user response of 0, if it's not there, means if user is not exist, then we'll write a new method. So this is the comment for that one. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert. Obviously you need to provide the schema name, which is user dot values, and inside that we need to provide all column name. So first is user email, that we can get it from the dot email address, then user image as user dot image URL, and then user name as user dot full name. Okay, so these three value we added. Obviously we are adding the credit by default, which is 3, so we don't need to mention it again. And then once it's successfully inserted, we are returning some value. So first is we'll say user email as a users dot user email. I will just copy paste this couple of times, and this will be user name as user name, then user image as user image, and the last we also want credit. So that also we are going to get it from the users dot credit. Okay, and save it. Now once we get this result, we'll simply set it to the state called set user detail, because that's what we define at the top, right? Here for now I will make the type any, and that's all. Perfect, right? And if user is already exist, so obviously it will go to the else call, and inside the else we'll simply set the set user detail as user response of 0. Perfect, right? So that's how we are going to define it. Now this particular method call, we need to do it inside the use effect. So inside the use effect, whenever the users is available, we are going to make this call. Okay, obviously if user is not logged in, then obviously this will not get executed, only if the user is logged in to our application. Now let's save it, and once we have this user detail, we obviously need to share this across the application. But before that, let's console this whether we are getting the data inserted into our database or not. Okay, and here I will say new user, and here we'll say existing user. Okay, and save it. Now let's go back to our application, and inside the inspect panel, go to the console and refresh the screen. So we got error inside the provider. Obviously inside the provider we need to mark it as a client. And let's refresh the screen, and boom, if you see, now it's saying the new user. Okay, because obviously first time we are inserting, that's why it's showing new user, and this value is getting returned. It means the data is inserted successfully. If I refresh the screen for the user, if you see, we have all the details. Right now if I refresh the screen again, you will see now it might saying the user existing user. See, because that user is already there, right? And obviously it will not insert the new record again to our database. Perfect. It means it's working. Now, in order to share it across the application, we need to use the context. So context is very easy to use. Let's go to this app folder, and I'm going to create a new folder called underscore context, and inside that we'll create user detail context dot tsx. Now inside here we'll simply say export constant user detail context. You can give the same name as a file name, okay, is equal to create context, and make sure to import it from the React like this. And here you can define type any and pass as a null for now, and save it. Now inside the provider, you need to wrap your complete component inside this context, so that you can share this context or user detail value throughout the application. So simply here I will say user detail context dot provider, and then you need to pass the value, which is the user detail comma set user detail. Close this tag and make sure to wrap it something like this and save it. Okay, now obviously whenever you load the page or whatever, right, the user detail have some value, and that value you are passing to this context provider, and wherever you want to use, you can just use it. Let's go to the dashboard, and inside the dashboard header we want to use it, right? I will make this component first as a client side. Then here, in order to use the context, first need to wrap it in a curly braces. Here you need to give user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and inside that you need to provide the context name. So in this case is user detail context, right? And close the tag. Perfect. Now you have the user detail information. If you want to print, you can just print it out, but here if you want to replace with the user detail dot credit, that's all, and save it. Now if I go back to our application and refresh the screen, you will see it's showing the 3 credit. Now if I change this credit to, let's say, 5 and save one change, and now if I refresh it, you will see the 5 as a credit. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to maintain the user's information along with their credit. Now next, obviously whenever a user create the new story, right, on the click of generate story, and once the story is successfully generated, we have to make sure that we will do the current credit -1, okay, because we want to use 1 credit from here. So in this case, if user have 5 credit and user generated new story, then credit will be 4. Okay, so that logic we need to write now. Now below to this button, I'm going to write one simple message. So let me close all of this tab, and let's go to this create story components, where we have, okay, inside the page.tsx we have this button, and just below this button I'm going to write in a span tag, we'll say 1 credit use will use, okay, and save it. And let's say where it's showing that. So it's showing right now in one line, but let's make it flex column, and here we'll say item to end, okay, so it will be at the end, see, something like this. Perfect. And once user click generate story, we need to make sure we'll deduct that particular credit, right? So we already have a lot of logic inside this page.tsx file. So first thing, we need to get the context over here. So we'll say constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and then we'll use the user detail context. Now once the image is generated, we are inserting the record, I believe, yeah, and then we are going to make a call. So here we'll say constant, or we'll create a new method. Here we'll create a new method actually. So below this one we'll say constant update user credits is equal to async and the arrow function like this, and here we say constant result is equal to await db dot update, and we need to update the user schema. Here we'll say set, and inside that we need to update the credit, right? So now credit will be the user details credit minus 1, okay, and we have to make sure this will be a number, so I will just wrap it like this. And obviously we need to add a where clause, where equal to user dot primary email address will match with the users dot user email, okay. Here I will just put it on the right hand side so it is easy to read, otherwise empty. Perfect. And this particular method now we are going to call inside this save in db, or we can call it just after the storage we are notifying it, right? So over here also we can call this method. So update user credit, here we'll say await, and that's all. And simply we can also write dot returning, and here we'll just return the id of updated story. So we'll say id users dot id, okay, perfect. And let's save it and let's test this out. So let me go back to our application. Now here just write curl with magic book as a subject story. You can select the any story type, the age group, and the image style. Now right now if you see we have the 5 credit, okay, and now as soon as I generate the story, and once the story is generated successfully, you will see the story will the story count will update. Right now we have one error. Let's refresh it once and let's try it again. So girl with magical book, okay, and now we'll select the story type and generate story. Now it's still working, and now if you see the story is generated, and boom, we have this beautiful cover with the book name where we have all of this information. Now if I go to this credit section and refresh it, you will see now we have 4 credits. Perfect. Now let's go to the dashboard, and there you will see you left with the 4 credits. Perfect, right? Now we have to make sure if user don't have credit, user cannot create the new story. So let's update that. So if I go back to our application, and over here we'll check before generating the story. So inside the generate story component right here, we'll first check if user detail dot credit is less than equal to 0, so it needs to be a credit. Then we'll simply use the toast message to notify, and here we'll say notify dot, I think let's say we have notify error, so we'll use notify error, and here we'll say you don't have enough credit, okay, and that's all, and save it. Okay, now and make sure you will return nothing, okay, otherwise it will go to the next page. But if you check over here, then obviously it will show the error, and save it. Now let's test this scenario. So first thing, I will go to the studio and I will make this credit to 0, okay. Let's save change, and obviously if I go to the dashboard, you will see now you have 0 credit. If I go to the let's go to the create story, here we'll say magic land and boy. Select the story type, age group, image style, and just simply click generate story, okay. And as soon as I click, you got this dot message saying you don't have enough credits, right? So that's how guys you can restrict user to create a new story if user don't have the credits. Now we are going to implement the functionality where user can buy a more credit. Right now if you see, I have only 0 credit left, and if you want to buy, we are going to give a button to buy more credit, and then we are going to display a new screen where user have option to select how many credit he want. So once the option is selected, then we are going to integrate the PayPal payment gateway. It's very easy to integrate and anyone can use this PayPal account. Also, they have the sandbox developer account so that you can use it for free or testing purpose as well. Now, once you integrate, we are going to implement the complete workflow for the payment. And once the payment is successful, then we automatically going to add the credit to user's account. So first thing, on our dashboard, so over here we are going to add a button to buy a more credits. So let's go back to our application, and first thing inside the dashboard, where we have the dashboard header, over here we are going to add the new button. So here we'll add a button and we'll say buy more credits, okay, and save it. Now let's see how it looks. I will refresh the screen and this is how it will look like. Okay, I think that's pretty good. For this one, let's add a class name, and not class name, but we'll add a color, and let's add a color as a secondary, and we'll see how it looks. So this is how it look like on a secondary color, or if you want, you can also change the color over here. Okay, so if you want a blue color, light blue, let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. Okay, perfect. Now once user click on this one, we want to navigate to the new screen. So let's implement a new route for that one. So inside the app folder, we are going to add a new route called buy credits, and click enter. Inside that, we'll add page.tsx file, add a default templates, and we'll rename this by credits and save it. Now inside the dashboard, I will wrap this button inside the link tag so that we can add a reference to buy credits, and make sure to wrap your button inside this link tag. Okay, so like this, and save it. Now if I go back and click on this buy more credits, if you see, it's navigating to this buy credits new page. Now first thing, I will add a class name here. I will add minimum height to screen, and now we want to give some options as per this mockup. Right, on the left hand side we are going to add some options, and on the right hand side we are going to integrate the PayPal button to make a payment. So for that one, I'm going to add an options here. We'll add ID as a 1, then price as let's say 199, and credits which we are giving as a 10 credits. Okay, so user can create a 10 story. Same thing, I will just copy it couple of more times. So 1 is 2, 3, and let's add one more. So for this is 4th. Here I will make it 299, and user can buy 30 credits. Here 75 credits for 599, and for 999 you can give 150 credits. Perfect, right? So all the options are ready. Now simple, we need to just display that option. Before that, let's add a h2 tag, give a heading. Here we'll say add more credits. For h2, I will add a class name. Let's add a text is of 3XL and font bold. Okay, for this div, let's add a text to be in the center, so all the content will be in the center. And most important, I forgot to add a padding X to 20, and padding on medium screen padding X to 20, and on large screen padding X to 40, and save it. Okay, if I go back to our application, this is how it will look like. Let's make it 4XL, and here I will make text primary. Okay, so it will be consistent throughout the application. Now next, we'll add a div, and we need to divide the screen into 2 sections. Okay, so we'll add a class name. Here we'll make grid. On the smaller screen we'll make 1 column, but on medium or larger screen we'll make a 2 column. Now on the first column we are going to show an option, and on second column we are going to add the PayPal button. So inside the first option, let's add an let's iterate this options dot map. Here we'll say option comma index is of type number, and option is of type, I don't know whether we need to provide the type for it or not, but let's keep it for now as it is, and then just provide the arrow function like this. I think we don't need to provide because we directly use this option list, right? Next, let's add a div. Inside this div, we'll add an h2 tag, and we'll simply write get. Here we'll say option dot credits is equal to item option dot credit story. Okay, as many as credits, which is equivalent to same story. Okay, so that's the reason I wrote like this. If I save it, you will see on the screen how it looks. See, okay, obviously we are going to add some style to that one, but before that let's add one more text, and we want to display the price. So dollar, and here we'll say item dot price. It's option dot price. Okay, and then we'll add a class name for this one. We'll make font bold, text is of 2XL, and save it. Now for this div, let's add a class name. Here we'll add a padding of 6, margin y to 3. Then we'll add a border, and we'll make background as a primary, text to be in the center, and we'll make rounded as a large, and save it. And this is how beautifully it will look like. Obviously we'll make text to white, so text white. Perfect. Okay, and that's how our card is now ready. Perfect. Now obviously we want to add a selection option as well. Over here I will just add margin top to 10, some gap between this. Perfect. Now on the select of this one we want to add an selection option. So let me collapse this one, and here we'll add a state. We will say selected option comma set selected option is equal to use state. Okay, now whenever you just select something, right, we are going to add it. So here I will add a cursor pointer, and on hover I will just change or add some kind of animation. So we'll scale it to 105, and we'll make smooth transition, and let me show how it looks. Okay, so we use state, so I will make this component on the client side. So here we'll add use client and save it. Now if I hover on this one, see how beautifully it looks. Correct? Perfect. Or maybe we can add a border. Let's say how it looks on border. Here we need to give a margin to 1, and let's add a border. Let's look how it looks. So border is getting added, but it's not that much visible. So on hover, let's add a padding to 1. That's not good. Okay, let me keep like this for now. Okay, so here we'll scale to 105, and we'll keep like this only, and that's fine. Perfect. Okay, next, as soon as user select any of this option, right, we need to make sure to add a effect. But here first thing, we'll add an on click method, and we'll set the selected option as an complete option. Okay, so we can say option dot id. Let's add option dot id. Okay, obviously here we need to add an state, so here we'll say number. Perfect. Okay, now we have the option dot id. Let's save it, and as soon as I select, it is getting saved. Now once it's saved, we need to add some kind of selection effect. Okay, this particular one is selected or not. Okay, so simply let's wrap this class name. Let me bring this down and wrap it inside the curly braces, this tag, so that we can add an conditional styling. So over here inside this tag only, we will write condition If selected option is matches with the option dot id, okay, if it matches, then we can write a condition. Let's add a background as a black color and save it, and let's see how it looks. So if I select this one, see, perfect, right? So that's how it will look like. Perfect. Now once I selected, it means this particular option is selected and we are saving that option id. Now it's time to add a payment option. So in order to add a PayPal payment option, we are going to use this library called PayPal React PayPal JS. I will keep the link in the description. It's very easy to use. First, you need to install this library. Just copy this npm command, go to your terminal and just paste it here. Okay. Next step, if you scroll down a little bit, I'm going to tell you the simplest way and easiest way to do it. So over here, you need to wrap your application inside this PayPal script provider. Okay. So copy this command, copy this line of code only, and then go to the providers.tsx file. Okay, which is inside your root directory. Inside here, maybe under this provider, you can just wrap it like this, and then make sure to import this PayPal script provider. So I will just copy this command and paste it here. Obviously, we are not using PayPal button on this particular provider, so I will remove that import, and then we need to provide the client ID. Now the question is where to get this client ID. Now in order to get this client ID, just go to this developer.paypal.com. okay, this is the developer account where you can play with it. Now if you don't have an account, create a new account. It's a completely free, and then go to the dashboard. So I will just go to this dashboard section. Yeah, go to the dashboard, developer dashboard, and if you want to start this in a live mode, you need to upload your business document or some freelancing documents, so it will enable the live mode for you. So currently I'm on the sandbox mode. Now inside here, click on this API credential, and if you don't have API credential, make sure to add a new or create a new app from here. I already have a default app. I will copy this client ID. Make sure to copy the client ID only. Then go to your .env.local file. Inside here, we'll create next_public PayPal client ID is equal to, and paste this client ID and save it. Now copy this environment key, go to your provider.tsx file, and instead of this or on this place to the client ID, let's add process.env and the client ID environment key. Okay. So right now we got error that string and undefined. So here we can put option. If this client ID is not there, put it empty, and obviously PayPal will not work, but we are passing this ID, so it will never fail. Now let's save it, and now go back to your page.tsx file. Now inside here to the second div, okay, now we want to add the button. So go to this document, and if you see this button, we need to add it. Copy this button and simply paste it here. Make sure to import this import statement and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this button is showing on the screen. Cool, right? Now you can even change this layout. Currently showing horizontal, but if you want to make it vertical, you can just make it vertical and just refresh the screen, and now you will see these three options. Now for this particular grid, you can just give gap of 10, item to be in the center, justify center, so it will be in the center like this. And once you select any option, then we want to make sure that PayPal button is get enabled. So to this PayPal button, I think we have an option called disable, and it is disabled if the selected option is not there. Okay. Now if I refresh the screen, and now right now if you see, the option is disabled until and unless you are not making selection. Once you make the selection, it is get enabled immediately. Now the question is how to pass the amount which user is selected. That amount need to be passed to this PayPal. So for that one, we have some method over here. So first thing, we have to create an order. So PayPal button has one method called create order. Inside that, we'll say data, comma action, and then inside that we have to return the statement. We'll say actions dot order dot create. So it will create an order for us with an amount which we want. So here we'll say purchase unit, and inside that we have to pass amount. Now amount value we need to add it here. So in this case, the amount value we need to get it from the options of selected option. Okay, so whether it's a 0th element or 1, okay, something like this. Over here I will just add -1 because if the option is 1, right, we have to make sure user will select this first item and second and so on. And just add -1, and here we need to add the price, something like this. Make sure to wrap it as a number and dot to fix to 2. Okay, here we got, if you got an error, just add this ts ignore, and after this we need to add the currency code, so which is the USD. Okay, now this ts ignore I think we need to add just before, or maybe just before this one. And now it's saying the ts selected option possibly an undefined, right? So here you can add a 0 for example. Okay, and obviously you need to write a condition then for the disable. So we have this button disable if selected option is not there, or you can add selected option is not equal to 0. Okay, and that will work perfect. Now once the order is created, then it successfully passed this particular amount. Okay, and that's all. Next thing, once the payment is successful, you can show an on approval. It will give you on approve callback, and on that one you can just say console.log success. Okay, now obviously on the success we need to make sure we will update the users credit into our database. Okay, we will also ignore this one. Perfect, and let's save it. Now let's go back to our application and select the credits. I will just refresh this once, and you can select the any credit which you want. So once we have the error because button is not showing, let's see why. So I just refresh it again and now it's working. Now select the option. So right now I select the option but still disable. So let's see why. Okay, so is equal to 0. Okay, the condition was incorrect. Now if I select anything, now it's working. Now click on any of the option. If you want to make a payment with the PayPal, you can select this one, or you want to make a payment with the debit or credit card, you can select that option as well. So right now it's flicking, it's not showing the option. So let's see why. Right now in the terminal it's saying cannot read a property of undefined. Okay, so basically whatever the option, the price we are sending, it's not getting correctly. Maybe what we can do, we can, as soon as the option is selected, we can save the actual price in different state. So here I will define the use effect, and inside this use effect, whenever the selected option change, and here we'll add a condition, if selected option is not equal to 0, then you can write a condition. Then simply constant price is equal to, here we'll say options of selected options dot price. Okay, and I will just console this price first to check whether we are getting the exact value or not. So if I select this 299, see we are getting price as a 599. Perfect. So let's save this in a one state. So here we'll say constant selected price comma set selected price is equal to use state, and over here we'll simply set the selected price as a price. Okay, so it is of type number, and save it. Now this selected price we will pass over here. So selected price, so it's showing possibly undefined value because it might be undefined. Let's put a 0 for now and save it. If I go back, select the amount, now if you see we got this one. Now, oh, again we have one error. It's saying checkout order with 404 error, unpossible entity, something cannot be 0 or negative. Okay, let's see the value it's showing as a 0. That's interesting. So the problem is that the default selected price is showing as a 0, and that's the reason we got this error. So in PayPal you cannot dynamically update this price. So either way, or one of the way that you can do it, that you can add a condition. If selected price is greater than 0, then only show this PayPal button. Okay, something like this, and save it. Now if I go back, refresh the screen, and if I select this price, see now the PayPal button is showing. Right now on the click of this one, obviously you can pay with the credit card or debit card. If I click on this pay with a debit or credit card, you will see this price, and then you can add your account information. Cool, right? So here once you add account information and click on pay now, then this on approve method will get called. So let's implement that particular functionality. So first thing, let me close this tab, and over here we'll say constant on payment success. Here we'll do constant await, constant result is equal to await db dot insert, because update, we want to update the record, and here we need to pass the user schema dot set, and inside here we'll just update the credits which is equal to the option, whatever the option user selected. So here we'll say options of selected options dot credits. Okay, that's all. Actually we want to add within existing credit. Okay, if user have 3 credit and user buy 10 extra credit, so it need to be a 10 plus 3. So for that one we need to get a user detail context information, use context, and here we'll say user detail context. Okay, and now here we'll just add user detail dot credits. Okay, so it will just add that one, and let's make this as a async over here, and obviously we need to add a where condition. So where you can just add equal to user detail dot user detail. Let's first add the users dot user email matches with the user detail dot user email. Okay, perfect. And if you want to return something, you can return. Okay, but I will keep this as it is, and here I will just, if you want to add the notify or want to add some pop-up, you can, and once it's successful we'll just redirect it to the new screen. In order to redirect it, you can add constant router is equal to use router from the next slash navigation, and simply here we'll say router dot replace, and then we'll navigate to the dashboard. Perfect, right? Now this on payment success, we're gonna add it on the click of approve. So here on approve we'll call this method. Perfect, right? And save it. Also for toast message, I'm going to copy existing notify option and we'll paste it here. Make sure to import this toast message and save it, and whenever the payment is successful we can show the toast message. If result, then you can show a notify credit is added. Okay, and when a user cancel the payment, right, here we have on cancel method. Here we'll simply add notify error payment cancel, and then save it. Okay, Now if you want to test, let's test this. So if you click on this one, PayPal or credit card, here you have option to add it. Okay, but let's close this one and let's make a payment with the PayPal. And if I cancel this one, let's cancel this. I don't know why it's not showing. Maybe we need to refresh this one and then it will show. So once you select this one, then you got this option. Perfect. Before testing it, I will also make sure as soon as credit is added, we'll need to update our context. So we have this set user detail context. Make sure it's set user detail. Okay. And then inside here, we'll add a previous as of type any, and inside this one, we'll add the arrow function like this. So initially, I will add all the value from the previous and we'll just update the credit. Okay, and the value of the credit will be the same that we are going to update to our database, something like this. Okay, then it will update the set user detail contact as well, and then we are going to navigate it. So let's navigate over here, and result, if it's false, will notify with an error. We say server error. Okay, and then save it. Perfect. Now let's test this out. Also you have to make sure you are passing this correct value to this PayPal button. And one more important thing, I think I forgot, here in the selected option, right, we'll select the -1 because it is starting from the first element. Okay, so that is also important. Let's save it and let's test this out. Now if I select this 299 option, select the PayPal, and then select this pay with a debit or credit card, and then if you see, we have this 299 option. Now I will, let me close this one, and here in the card testing, this is the test card, okay, where you can test with a testing card. So I will copy this test card and let me go back over here. So this is the PayPal. I will just make sure it's open on the top of this one. Oh, my bad. This is literally difficult. Now we are good. I will paste this card number, the expiration date, I will put something like this, and some CVV. Here let's add the detail. Make sure to add a phone number. Okay, and then let's add a city, the zip code, and all of this information, and simply click pay now. Here the address was mismatched, so they corrected our address, and then let's make it and make a successful payment, and boom, if you see, our credit is changed to 675 now. Cool, right? And now obviously if I go to this create story, I can generate the more story because I have the credits now, right? And in the dashboard you will see that all the credit information. Obviously if you want to buy more, you can just buy it again by selecting these options. Perfect, right? So that's how, guys, you can add the payment integration and make this complete application into a SaaS application. Let me talk about the tubeguruji.com, where you will find all of my exclusive courses along with the source code for each of the project. Not only that, but you can track each course chapter by chapter. Here you will get the source code, the application demo, or you can even watch this complete video for free on YouTube. How cool it is, right? Also, you can find your own personal dashboard and you can track your course, depends on your how much progress you did it. Okay, and in order to join this particular Tube Guruji Pro membership, it will just at $899 per month. Okay, and you will get an access to the all the courses and the source code for free. Now we are going to build an explore page where user can search all the stories created by other users as well. Okay, so this is very simple. So we are going to use existing component for that one, and we are showing first 8 to 10 stories, and on the click of load more we are going to show more stories. Okay, so it's kind of infinite load. On the click of load more, they can go ahead and add more and more. Okay, so first thing, let's go back to our application, and inside here we need to add a new route for the explore stories. So let's go back to our application. Inside the app folder, we are going to create a new folder called explore, and inside that we'll create a page.tsx file. Add a default template and we'll just rename this to explore more, we can say like that, and save it. Now just for the sake, let's go to the components header, and inside here we have this menu list. Make sure we have here explore. I think that's good, perfect. Now for this class we'll add a class name, height, minimum height to screen, and save it. Now if I go back to our application and click on this explore story, it will go to this explore page, perfect. Then I will give some height and width. So here we'll add a padding of 10. Then on medium screen size we'll add padding x to 20, and on large we'll add padding x to 40, and then save it. Now over here we'll add h2 tag, and here we'll say explore more stories. We'll add a class name. We'll make font bold. Text is of for Excel and text is of primary. Then we'll also make sure the text to be in the center, and then save it. Now it's going above this one. Okay, yeah, now it's good because I scroll it, that's why. Perfect. And now we have this text as well. Next, we want to write a method called constant get all stories, and over here we need to write an offset value. Okay, so obviously we will pass this offset value which is in the form of number. So I'm going to tell you why we are using this offset. Okay, but before that let's fetch the value. So here we'll say await db.select from, and over here we'll just simply add story data schema dot, and inside there obviously we want to fetch all the stories, right? So simply here we'll say order by first, and we want in descending order with an id. Okay, so this need to be a story data dot id. Here I will make this as a async. After this we need to pass how many value we want to fetch. Okay, so right now we'll just fetch 8 value. Okay, means 8 records, and here we want to pass the offset. Offset means where the row will start and how many record want to skip it, right? So initially the offset value will be the 0, but with this value we are going to pass to this get all stories. Now inside the use effect, so if I pass the use effect over here, and obviously get all story I'm going to call, and to this offset I will pass initially as a 0. Okay, and next time every time we are going to increment it. Okay, so let's save it, and I'm going to maintain constant offset comma set offset is equal to use state, and initially it will be the 0 only. Okay, and save it. Next, let's save and let's see whether we are getting data. Obviously this is a client side page, so I will make this as a client and save it. Now if I go back and inspect panel, go to the console, and here, oh, so I don't think so we got it. Let's refresh it again, and this is the different data actually. Let me go over here. Oh, we forgot to console actually, and we are trying to see why we are not getting the result. So make sure to console this one, insert result, and let me refresh it again. So right now if you see, we got the first 8 records. Cool, right? Perfect. Now once you're done with this one, we need to save this in one state. So here we say constant story list comma set story list is equal to use state. Okay, initially it's empty, and save. Now simply I am going to set the story list as a result. Now obviously from the user story list, right, if we already have this story item type, so simply I'm going to pass this story item type over here. And even though if you did not pass, that's also fine, and then save it. So maybe it's a list, so that need to be a list. Here I will make a type any for now and save. Now over here we just need to iterate this list. So story list, sorry, story list dot map. Here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Over here I will just wrap this inside the div. Okay, Now here we'll just simply use the story item card component, and inside the story item card component we need to pass a story as an item. So inside the story item data we already have, we have this story item card which we are fetching. Okay, let's save it and let's see whether we are going to display it or not. So it's refreshing, and boom, if you see, we got the story list, but obviously it's not in the correct format. So for this div, let's add a class name, make it grid column 1 on the smaller screen. On medium screen we'll make grid column 2, and large screen will make grid column 3, and on extra large we'll make grid column 4. Okay, then also we'll give gap of 10 and save it, and boom, if you see, this is how it beautifully looks. Right now, next let me give some margin top. So here we'll say margin top to 10, so we have some space, and now we got the information. Okay, so right now it's only fetch 8 records. Now if you want to fetch more, right, here we are going to add a button. So after this div we'll add a button called load more, and over here to this button we'll add a class name, and we'll not class name but we'll add a color as a primary button. Make sure it is working. Okay, so if you see, this is load more is showing over here. Obviously we want it is in the center of the screen, so simply I'll put it in the div. We'll add a class name and text to be in the center. Let's see whether it's working or not with this. Hopefully yeah, and also we'll give margin top to 10. Perfect, and save it. Okay, now once you click on the load more, we have to make sure that we'll add the, or we will fetch the new record, but we need to update this story list with the existing records, right? So first let's add an on click method. To this on click method we'll say what is the method name, get all stories. Okay, and in this one we have to add an offset value. Okay, so let's add offset here, offset plus 8. Okay, now obviously offset is 0, but we need to update the offset every time. So here we'll say set offset with the offset value every time. Okay, and save it. Now obviously if I click load more, right, it's updating with the existing one and it's remove the old stories. Okay, so we need to fix that issue. Set the story list as a previous story list, then we'll add spread operator, and then we also want to add the all the result one by one to this story list. So that's the reason I added the spread operator. Save it and let's go back. Let me refresh the screen and we'll see whether we got the result, and boom, if you see, we got the result. If I click load more, it will get the next lot of this what do you say, the story list. Okay, right now obviously we don't have anything, that's why it's not getting, but now we got all the story list. And obviously once you open any story list, it will navigate to this particular page where you can start reading the story. So that's how guys this particular story list functionality will work. Obviously you can add load more, or you can even load all the story at once. So if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to deploy our application to the cloud so that your friends and family can share this, or you can start your own small SaaS application. You don't need to deploy any backend because our Drizzle Studio is already there, and whatever the API we created, it is already on the Next.js server side. Now in order to deploy our application, we are going to use a Vercel, and it's taking care of everything. But before that, we are going to push our application to the GitHub, and then we'll connect GitHub to the Vercel. So whenever you deploy any code changes to your application to the GitHub, it automatically deploy the latest changes to the Vercel. Okay, so let me walk through how to do it. First thing, let's open the terminal. I will clear this one and just click on git init. Okay, so it will initialize the git into your application. Then just go to this github.com and just create a new account if you don't have, and press new. Here you have to create a new repo. So I will give the name AI Kids Story Builder. and you can add a description. You can make this repo public or private and simply create repo. Now once the repository is created, you just need to copy this remote origin and just paste it here. Now this is you need to do only first time, and simply here you need to add all the files, you make the changes, then you have to write commit message. Okay, so here we'll say initial commit, you can give any message, and then you need to push these changes. Now if you are pushing this first time, you need to push with this particular command, otherwise you can just write git push. Okay, now we push these changes to this main branch and it's pushing all the changes. Now we have a lot of images in our public folder, so that's the reason it's taking some time to push these changes, but next time it will be very quick. Now it's push all the changes. If I refresh this GitHub repo, and boom, if you see, just now the changes are pushed. Okay, and your all the project code is inside this AI repository, except this .env.local file and this node module, because .env.local file is contain a very crucial and secret data, right? And that need to be uploaded directly on the server. So now once it is pushed, go to the Vercel, and if you don't have an account on a vercel.com, let's create an account. Most important thing is free to use, so you can deploy as many as website you want or application you want. Okay, now once you create an account and go to the dashboard, this is how it will look. If you see, I deployed a lot of different application. Now click on add new and click project. Inside here you will see the my current project, which is just deployed 53 seconds ago. Now obviously if you need to connect the git repo with your GitHub account, if you are using GitLab or any other, make sure to add that as well, and simply click import. Once you import this one, you will see the project name. Then you can obviously update this project name if you want. Obviously it will detect the which framework you are using. Obviously we are using Next.js, so it will detect. You don't need to change anywhere, but you need to add this environment variables. Okay, so whatever the variables we have inside this .env, just copy all of them and simply paste it inside this box, so automatically detect the key and the respective value. See, perfect, right? And then simply click deploy. Once you click deploy button, it will take couple of minutes to deploy your application. And if you see, the deployment is started. Currently it's building some log, then it will install all the dependency, and then it will start actual deployment. So I will pause the video and we'll wait. And boom, if you see, our application is now deployed, and here you will see the preview how it actually look like. And once you click it, it will open that particular URL. Okay, and if I go to the dashboard, obviously here you will see all the details. Inside the settings section, you have option to add your own custom domain, but if you want to change this one, let's change this because they added some custom domains, so maybe this domain is not available. Here you can just update something like, let's say, AI kid story generator, and save it. I think this is available. See, and now if I open this one, you will see your application is running on that particular domain, and everything will work like a charm. See, our authentication is there. If I go to the Explorer storage, you will see all the stories into your application. Perfect, right? So that's how, guys, you can deploy your application on a Vercel for